Happy SpaceX IPO day for all who celebrate. I'm sure there'll be an interesting day, regardless of what happens to the IPO. And yeah, it's going to be a fun stream. None of us know when this thing's going to go live. I've just read online that it is going to start pricing around, what was it, 9:50 Eastern. So I don't think that's when it goes live. I think that's when they kind of start okay, where are the bids, where are the offers. That's where we'll start getting maybe some pricing data. We'll obviously shout that out live as it happens, because this is a big auction thing that we'll talk about in a bit. But I'm joined with a whole bunch of buddies. I think there's going to be tons of people coming and going. We've got futures people. We've got all kinds of stuff on the go, and I'm super excited for it. So why don't we bring everyone in, and everyone can introduce themselves and have a little chat about, again, happy SpaceX IPO day for everyone. Whoa, look at that. Cool. How's it going, guys?
We're almost a basketball team. Just one person missing, and then we're ready to go.
Yeah. I love this, because it was kind of, we just put out like an open call, and we said, hey, who wants to hang out and shoot the shit about SpaceX, and like 10 people raised their hand. So that just tells you what kind of hype this is in the market. I was joking with a trader buddy this morning. Imagine being like a company that does like an FDA release or something today, and no one cares about you. You cured cancer. That's great, but we don't care today. You shouldn't have done it today. You should have done it tomorrow, and then everyone would care. But what are you guys thinking? Are you feeling the hype?
I'm ready. I've been waiting all week for this, all year really. So I couldn't be more hyped. How about you guys?
I've been waiting my whole life for this. This is the biggest thing. This is bigger than any holiday we've ever had. This is it. This is SpaceX Day, guys. We've never had this before. It's the one and only time this has happened. It's never going to happen again. This is it. And what's really amazing is that, Steve, Tax says you're up. It's 6 a.m. your time. Wow.
Brother, I don't know how, but that should show you guys how important this is. They got me out of bed. I'm
what?
Up,
I thought it was just because I was here.
Well, I mean, it helps, Dave. It sure doesn't hurt. Welcome to the equity side of things.
Nice, nice.
Are you looking for any trades before the bell there, or now that you're with us, do you have to wait until cash session? Is that the rule?
I'm looking at the futures still. I'm looking at the Nasdaq, and that's probably what I'll be trading while this goes live, because I told you guys I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole. I'm not being a hater. I think SpaceX is probably going to be, the new Nvidia, the thing that moves the market. So we'll see. Maybe not. But yeah, I'm here. I'm here for the fun. I'm here to watch what happens, and then see if I can pick some spots and print a few cents on the future side.
Well, and I think that's really important to note, because some people, I'm sure, who are not like, I'm not going to have any SpaceX. What the hell do I care about? It's important because it's the largest IPO ever. But not even just that, it's a $2 trillion company that's going to be listed, I think, in 15 days on the Qs. So if you're someone who just doesn't care about, I don't trade space stocks, I don't care about SpaceX, I don't like Elon, I think he's weird, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Like you are affected by this, whether you like it or not. If you are a participant in the market, then you have to deal with this, because if you're trading futures, if you're trading, if you're on the CFD side with the fivers and you're trading the indexes there's no way that this is not an entire market moving event every day for the next X number of days until Anthropic comes out, and then no one cares about this, and we move on to Anthropic after that. But there's just no way that this isn't a huge deal for you, whether or not you're going to trade about this at all, right? So that's why I love that we're getting someone from the future side of things who's not trading SpaceX, but is still like, this is a big deal for me, even though I don't have any exposure to the stock. I'm going to, whether I like it or not, have exposure sometime in the near future.
Exactly. That's what we were talking about a few days ago. Steve and Caesar and I over at the Fivers Futures channel is my personal take is, like I said, I'm not touching the asset for multiple reasons, which maybe I could get into later. But I am very interested in what it's going to do, how it's going to affect the market, what the price is going to do, because, like you just said, the Nasdaq changed rules because of this new asset. So I mean, come on, that needs to you need to raise your eyebrows a little bit and be like, oh, okay, I definitely need to pay attention to that. As somebody who trades the indices almost every day, I am very interested in what this is going to do and how it's going to affect the market. So if you're a futures trader like me, even though I'm here with the stocks, every time I get out they pull me back in. You definitely have to be interested. So yeah. That's why.
Well, and yeah, not only change the rule, which I think is really interesting for SpaceX, but now that rule's changed for everybody
overall
going forward forever, right? There's now, if you are over a certain side, and I think they did it because they're like, okay, SpaceX is happening, but then we're going to have Anthropic, and it's just the way things IPO now, right? They're not going to IPO at. It used to be back in my day, you'd be a small company and you would IPO, and then you would grow if you were a good company, and you would fall apart and go bankrupt if you were a bad company. But seeming like there's an unlimited amount of private equity money now, you can just stay as an IPO or as a private company forever, and then IPO just whenever you want. And that, to me, I think is like the most bearish argument that makes sense to me, is that if you can raise money all of the time, well, the only time you really go out there and IPO is exit liquidity, right? I want someone to sell to that's not, not someone I may need to go raise money from my next adventure for, which, you never want to piss off the venture capitalists and angel investors, because if you're going to go start, especially with Elon, if he's going to go start another company again, he's going to go back to those same lists and say, can I have millions, hundreds of millions, and billions of dollars, please? And they're going to look at it and they're going to say, well, did I make money last time? And it's all that matters. Yep. If I made money last time, then yeah, sure, here you go. Let's do it again. Round 3. If not, then I think you got a little bit of a hard time.
Some interesting little bits that I read this morning was the Wall Street Journal reported that all 555,555,555 shares, all of them sold at $135 a piece, and that BlackRock, they put a buy order for $5 billion worth of the stock, and a separate family office requested $1 billion. And Polymarket traders have assigned a 70% probability the stock closing above a $2 trillion market cap today. So just some interesting facts and potential figures that we're going to be seeing today.
Well, and this is the weirdest thing, and I don't know if anyone else has seen this before to me, but this is the first IPO that I've seen that the ability to unlock shares is gated behind a performance metric. So if SpaceX is up, I don't know. So I think it's 30% from, I don't know if it's that 135 or whatever it goes live at, then people can sell shares. And if it's not, then they can't. So the stock has to go up to sell it. So if, again, you're someone out there and you're like, I really need to keep these early investors happy so that they'll invest in whatever my next kind of project is, then you're going to call everyone and try to get this price moving, because only 4% of the float is public. So yes, it's a $2 trillion float, but there's only $75 billion worth of it that's gone public. So it's not, these numbers that you're saying, Jesse, $5 billion, a market order, that in theory is enough to push it. It's just whether or not people have that demand to push it down. And I see some people in the chat asking, because they hung out in streams all the time. Yes, I got my allocation. I didn't get as much allocation as I wanted. I got, I'll bring it up if you guys want later when it goes live, but I got 170 shares of SpaceX at $135. So,
pretty good.
Maybe
needs a clap.
Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's not a good thing, because the only parallel that I'm thinking that's anywhere near close is Facebook. And if anyone looked at that or was trading during that period of time, they got cut in half in like a week after they IPO'd. I guess there was, with them, it was some shenanigans, like a memo leaked or something, that they were not quite honest about the people that use mobile, and it got cut down to 12. Now, looking back, if you bought the IPO and you held until now, which is like 14 years or something, you did amazingly, but you don't know that at the time, and it'd be pretty painful. So yeah, so I'm a holder, and we'll see what happens.
I got a measly 5 shares, but I'm happy to be a part of the game at this point. We'll see what happens today. I think a lot of the people have asked, I've seen this chatter around the internet on X. Everybody's asking, what do we do? Like, essentially, do we play this as a momentum play? Is this a long-term hold? I guess it depends also how many shares that you hold, because you have yourself enough shares that you could sell a little, play a little momentum. Michael, you could do some things, but someone like myself, and I know there's a lot of people like me that have 5, 10, 20 shares, not very many going into this. What do you think the playbook for today specifically would be with this IPO? Is it one of these things where if we do go up to Josh's beautiful number of $400+ we get 7 halts, is that just like, hey, let's just play momentum here and let's just get out early? Or
I think that's the only thing you can do, right? You don't have any price data. It's not like supply and demand. The only price data we have is $135. That's the only like significant price that has ever existed for this particular name. So I know a common trading strategy for IPO, especially big hype ones, are like opening range breakouts. You just take the first 5-minute high and you're ripping it through that high, and you're putting your stop at the low of the day and size yourself accordingly. It either rips from there or it doesn't. You got your trade. But yeah, that's the problem, especially someone who's a CMT and is like very technically minded. I don't have any price data to go off of. So I'm going to we'll see. Listen, if it gets to 400, I'm breaking the rules. They told me not to sell before 90 days or I'm blacklisted. I don't care. If I 4x my money in a day, I am out. Thank you very much. I'm going to get the most expensive beer at the liquor store this weekend and have a great time.
And when you say that you'll go all out, you'll just say, okay, I'm going to take my 100. I think you said 170.
I got 170.
You got 170.
I might.
Boom, you're gone.
Yeah, I might sell like 100 to 150 or so. I might just keep some just in case this. Especially if you think of the math again, hypothetically, if it doubles, I'm selling half, right? And then I can just say, okay, I've got the money I put in back. I'm now a SpaceX holder forever, and I just sit on the rest. Also, I want to try to see if I can game this 90-day rule. Like, if I sell one share, am I blacklisted forever?
Right,
what if I just sell most of them? Am I blacklisted forever? I don't know what happens. But for people who don't have an allocation and are looking to trade them, I think you hit the nail on the head with the only way to do it is momentum trading. You buy it as it breaks. You hope there's enough hype behind it that the thing just goes crazy, and then you come up with some sort of a trailing, moving average. They won't exist for the beginning, but you use some sort of metric like that, a trend line, a bar by bar stop. It gets really wonky because there's just no price data for us to go off of.
It is going to be interesting, and it's kind of going to be like trading a blue skies breakout where, we don't have any price history up here. So what do we do? So, you guys know me. I love those fibs for just kind of projecting range breaks, potential targets outwards. Because if nobody knows, we're just all going to be looking for the same couple metrics, which can kind of project upwards and outwards there. Most of us guys are looking to the left for our levels. And if there's nothing there, hey, what do you do? I think I like the strategy of just selling most and holding a little bit for the ride. Because, what are we going to tell our grandkids, right? That we just sat on the sidelines during the biggest IPO of our time? Well, at least for a month or so until Anthropic here. I think we got to swing the bat a little bit, guys. So I'm just happy to be here with y'all. But it's cool that you guys got some shares allocated there. And now we got to say SpaceX 1,000 by the end of the week, right? Just for the stories.
I'm done.
That's what I'm
catching some Revolutionary War vibes from Steve. Like, what are we going to tell our grandchildren and future posterity down the line?
We're crossing the Rubicon, Jesse. Let's go.
It's a $17 trillion company at 1,000. Is that the way? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible. This market's pretty wacky, but I think that's something we gotta. Yeah, we have to keep that in the back of our heads and say, okay, the largest company in the world is what, 5 trillion? right now. That's NVIDIA. So that's
We're gonna do
what
that in a week.
SpaceX. That's SpaceX. What 400? That's the largest company in the world. If it gets to 400, again,
We'll see.
anything can happen. But
There's a lot of hype with this. There's a lot of hype.
Michael just touched on it, and then Steve said we can't. There's nothing to look left to. The only thing I can look left to is Facebook. I wasn't trading in those days, but for anybody who's thinking about holding long term, you know, you were underwater for, I have it right there, 347 days before you recovered. Right, you went down about 60%, so that's 59.35% to be exact. So if you're gonna hold this, if you're like Michael, you got your 100+ shares, you're looking to sell half, hold half. You know, be prepared to hold, like, you know, like I've been holding Figma. Because we took off and then we forgot, you know, we hit the limit. The sky was the limit, and then we came back down to earth. So you know, for anybody who's thinking long term, I just wanted to, you know, give the heads up, because I did a little bit of research on past hyped IPOs, other ones that didn't get any hype, that just took off, like Google, that just never looked back, like you were never underwater. So, you know, just keep that in mind.
Yeah, and it's really important to look at these numbers so you can kind of prepare for what's happening, because, you know, I like to bring this stat all the time, but it's important to know it's like 80% of IPOs undercut their IPO price in the first year. So, you know, these are hype machines on purpose. They're hype machines because of all the reasons we talked about, exit liquidity and the performance metrics of this thing going higher. These are very, they have to be. This is the job of a lot of these people, is to hype these things up. And we just, as, you know, people who love our followers and watchers here, we don't want you guys to follow into it. Now, trade it. This thing is going to be an amazing trading vehicle, right? Over here at Trade the Pool, you could buy and short it right off the bat, which is a big deal because it's hard to find shares to short of something that just doesn't exist somewhere else, right? And you know, understand that everything in the world is going to try to hype this thing up. Like, there's so much interest in keeping this thing hyped. So just kind of keep your motions in check there. Have a plan, base that plan off of some price. It's not much price that exists, as we were talking about. But yeah, we need to, you just need to keep that in mind. You need to understand that, okay, this is something that doesn't yet exist, and everyone in the world is going to want you to buy into it. And, you know, like Dave just mentioned there, and like I was talking about with that stat, all of the stats are this thing's going to be lower than it opens up at in sometime in the first month or so. Now, you know, that Facebook stat, there's the difference between, right, the allocation price and the open price. So if this thing opens at, say it opens at $200 and then it sells down to 150, right? There's half of the world looks at that as a failure, and the other half of the world looks at that as a success, because it's like, okay, I bought it at 135 and it's at 150. Someone's like, okay, well, I bought it at 200 and it's at 150. So it gets, you know, just, it's your anchoring point that matters. So just don't get super hyped in. Just don't be one of those people who's like, oh, I really need to trade this thing. I really need to own this thing. It's not going to 10x from here. It could. It's likely not going to 10x right off the bat, because then it's, again, a $17 trillion company, and it's like bigger than my country of Canada anyway at that point. So like with anything, there'll be time. There'll be trades to be had. There'll be longs. There'll be shorts. There'll be day trades. There'll be swing trades. There'll be all kinds of stuff to do. Now, one thing I did want to mention briefly is a study that I was reading last night that was published in 2010. This is a bit hyperbolic, but the biggest IPOs come with a victims list, right? I video out on my channel on this one. I just did a little Trader TV chat about it as well. And the idea here is that a lot of people are of the thinking that this is going to just rip every space stock out there. And to be honest, I thought before I read this study, I was kind of in the same camp. I'm like, okay, well, people who can't get SpaceX, maybe they'll trade some of the other ones. And that certainly could happen, right? I'm not saying that that's an impossible thing by any metrics. However, based off this study that, Rizzo, Reed, Rockley, Journal of Finance, 2010. And basically what they did is they studied 134 large IPOs and then studied the competitors of those IPOs. And what they noticed was that when a large IPO comes public, quite often everyone else in the sector tanks, even though the IPO does really well. So this is the average, down 1% or so. But the average, if the IPO is withdrawn, so they decide not to do it, which happens sometimes, is 2.1%, and $29 billion over the studied period moved from the competitors into the IPO'd company, right? So when we're talking about competitors, this is the one that I brought up here this is Facebook. So Facebook on day one opened up a modest, from the open, not from the allocation price, from the opened up 0.5%. So it was near nothing. But LinkedIn, which was a company then, Groupon, Yelp, Zynga, all of these things got clobbered. So think about Airbnb. When it went public, what happened to the other hotels in the industry? Uber, it was like taxi chips dropped 90%. There's, again, a thinking that, okay, SpaceX is going to go live and everything's going to rip with it. But they kind of ripped beforehand. Right? We have, if you look at, if we go to Space, Virgin Galactic, I know me and Steve were sitting here yesterday talking about that one. Well, it's already down a bunch here. But it ripped yesterday, right? And same with ASTS, same with Rocket Lab, all of these things ripped going into it. And the stats, which don't have to hold true, they're just statistics, are saying that you don't want to buy the whole sector. You want to buy everything else. And if you just want to think about the mechanic of why this could work, well, it makes a lot of sense. If I am a space enthusiast, like I am, I go to the conferences wearing my Star Trek uniform and all that kind of stuff, and I own all of these, well, maybe I want to take a little bit out of all of them and I put that in the SpaceX. I rebalance. And also think of like ETFs. So UFO, for example, or what's the other one? NASA, right? These hold anything space related. So they kind of have to hold SpaceX. So how are they going to do that? They're going to sell a little bit of everything else. So it's kind of counterintuitive because I know you could rewind the stream to days ago and I was saying, hey, this is probably going to be very interesting for the other sector as well. But as a stats guy, I got to look at it and say that's not what the stats say. The stats say that you should be careful. So if you hold these other ones, just keep an eye on them, right? Have a game plan there and just know that those statistics are kind of behind you to say, maybe not a great move is in store, but we don't know.
All we know is it's going to be exciting. So I've got my popcorn here. I'm just here for the spectacle. I just want to see.
Same.
I want both sides to have a good time. I just I think there's enough
Steve,
room on the
did you get any shares?
What's that?
Did you get shares? Did you get shares, Steve? Are you
I'm
playing this
boring.
IPO?
I'm boring, Jesse. I didn't even want to bother. It sounded like a headache. I'm just going to trade them on my Trade the Pool account.
All right, that's good.
That's why I got the darn thing.
That's
just
the fun
about,
thing with Trade the Pools. We can like Michael mentioned, you can go long and you can go short with Trade the Pool. And so if that's the way you're doing it, that's still going to be a fun ride anyway. It's gonna be great.
And I bet you nowhere else you're going to be able to short them because you got to, for the people who don't know how shorting works, is that you have to have the shares to then short them.
So that's what I was about to say. You don't have to borrow any shares. And I have a horror story that I could tell.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons I trade futures. I remember I was trading, and I told Steve this story. I was trading, I can't remember which, pick whatever small cap it was back in the day. Borrowed too many shares, more than I actually shorted. It went into halt. The power went out because I wasn't in the US. The internet went out. I was stuck in the halt. Came back was panicking. Power came back in, was able to get internet. Of course, it had, everything went back online. Fortunately, I was profitable, but ended up losing on the day because of the borrowing cost. I knew nothing about borrowing cost back then. So not having to borrow shares is a great thing to anybody who's watching. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, shorting. I always, and for the people out there who like to short like these low float penny stocks, I always say just come over to Trade the Pool, do it with our money. Don't it is very dangerous to do alone. At least with how we're set up is we have a ton of traders, and any catastrophic event like that will be mitigated by some other trader on the other side who's probably long the thing. So just be very careful. I've heard horror stories about this NIHD that still doesn't exist. There's people I follow on Twitter that do this kind of shorting were like saying, I quit. after this, they're just I'm not doing this anymore. I'm done, because the thing goes from $1 up to $45 and then just cease to exist for however long. I think the initial halt on this is like 12 days or something like that, and just doesn't have a opening time. Like QMMM is still halted, and that was September, I think. That's September of last year, obviously. So yeah, QMMM after this.
How's that a thing? Yeah. That feels like that shouldn't be a thing.
Well, it's September, and it's now it's the government, right? It's one of those, even if and we dealt with this when I was working at the crypto firm, is we were like, we want to report everything unnecessarily all the time. We are going to tell you everything. We're periodically going to talk, for us it's the CRA, for you it's the IRS, and we're just going to tell you guys what we make, even though you don't care and you said you don't want to know, because even if we did nothing wrong, you're going to like kick down our door one day and we're just going to be out of business for like, if this is a legitimate company, they're getting all of their emails audited, and they're getting, so how do you function as a company when they're like taking your computers and your cell phones, and it's the government. They're not in any rush to get you back up and running, because the whole question with things like this is the company in on it so they can raise a whole bunch of money, or is it just they got targeted by some Discord room out there somewhere who said, let's just pump the hell out of this thing? Because I guess with NIHD, there was no real news. And the company kind of came out and said, we don't know why this is happening. And it's going to just trace back to some Discord room that just goes, you want to make this thing go up? And just, we see some short interest, or we see something, and they just, it's, they all just buy and wait and see what happens. But quick update, because I just saw someone asking there. I have that Adobe put spread that I talked about. I don't know where it is right now. I know it was not a good earnings, but it's slightly above 200 as we stand right now. So this will probably still be a slight profit, because again, if anyone didn't watch yesterday, just on the close, I sold the 200 puts. Oh, there we go. Now we're open. And then I bought some calls on top of that. So as long as it closes today at or above, I think it's like 198, 197, then it's a full winner. Anywhere below that, it's going to be a small loser. So
yeah, tough day for Adobe. Steve and I did the earnings on that yesterday. That was a pretty tough day for them.
Hey, they did not like them, did they?
We thought though. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is my sound coming through okay? I switched to headset. I think it might have messed me up here.
No, you sound fine.
I do hear you. Yeah, you sound good, Steve.
All right. Okay. Just gaslight myself. Never mind.
I read a little while ago there was a leveraged SpaceX ETF that has been hit with a 1-day delay to ensure smooth IPO. Apparently the SEC was like, yeah, 1 day. So they have to start on Monday. They can't start today because they really want to ensure this very smooth IPO for SpaceX. And so the SEC is like, no, we're kind of concerned about that. So you're not starting until Monday.
So one thing I'm going to do here, where's Hyperliquid? I don't know if this is going to mean or do anything, and that's what I'm going to caveat with this, but there is a SpaceX Hyperliquid contract that we'll keep an eye on, I guess, until we get more pricing data. That this is where people are gambling until they can gamble on the actual thing itself, and it's sitting at 172. Yeah, because they started this on May 16th. They allowed people to trade. So this is not related. This is a currency, like a perpetual futures contract, that is going to be at some point based on the SpaceX IPO. Now, is it based on anything right now? No, but it is kind of like poly market, which I know Jesse mentioned earlier. It's like a wisdom of the crowds kind of thing. This is what people bet that it's going to be at, is around 171. So we'll check on this periodically. I don't know if this has anything to do with any of this, but we'll keep kind of poking in here. SPY not really doing much off the open. For our, I guess we got a futures expert here, right? Are you seeing anything?
Just seeing my position in red is what I'm seeing.
It happens.
Can't see my position in red. Oh no!
Oh, I shared the wrong screen. Let me share my screen again. Get me off of YouTube. I'm gonna switch screens. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary. I think we would have just was looking for a quick recovery to short into, but it looks like we're gonna keep moving lower faster than anticipated. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna switch screens and reshare my screen so you can see what I'm looking at.
Yeah, we got a weird split going on here where we have the Qs down and IWM up again. So it's been the whole week essentially where the tech names are having a hard time, and everything else from that kind of small cap, and then even RSP, so your average large cap stock, is holding up just fine. So yeah, this has been a crazy rotation out of your large cap and your tech names and into everything else, right? Semiconductors down a little bit. It's been a wild post market too, right? We had if you take a look at like the Qs, big rips kind of up and down as the will they won't they on Iran continues. I think
the war now is just a nothing burger. I mean, we're just it's like crazy to say a war is a nothing burger, but I mean that's what it's come out to. And then you'll get those random tweets like we got yesterday, from the man himself that will completely change whatever you were doing on the market. For it to rip up and then come back down, and so I don't know. I'm expecting eventually we'll get something significant that will decide the price of crude oil and show us the direction. But these days, I think we're just waiting and seeing what happens. Right now, I think we're in wait and see mode as well on the future side. I think the tech sector, like we're saying, needs to pull back a little bit. We've had a massive run, the biggest one I would say in the recent future, if not the biggest one ever. Let me switch to my trading view here. Show you guys what I'm seeing on the
Rocket
Qs.
Lab and NASA are dumping.
Oh, so we're getting that move. Where is this? So what's interesting here, and I kind of think you hit the nail on the head there, where I don't think the market's going to care too much about mostly what's going on until SpaceX launches. Yeah. Right. As boring as that is as an answer, I think it's everybody's just sitting and waiting on bated breath, and just let's get this going, and then the market kind of figures out a direction, I think, after that.
Especially, you touch on that, I saw it as well, 9:50 is the time. So we might get an open at 10 o'clock. So,
that's my hope.
Might just be seeing some sideways action for the first 30 minutes of the day. And then after 10 o'clock is where it really opens up. I thought we would open in the afternoon, but we'll see. I think for now, it's just going to be a lot of sideways action, and then we'll see what happens. But what I was quickly mentioning is, we've had this run up in the NQ futures of what 7,000 plus points. We've pulled back about 8.5%. So I think, what I'm expecting for the next few, I'd say, days, weeks, especially due to the fact that we're in the summer months, is something, closer to 10% or even 15%. As a technical trader, we go retouched these prior highs here. I think that would be overall healthy. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think, but I'm expecting further continuation to the downside. We'll see, unless again something crazy happens and something changes the narrative of the market and we move. And then I'm curious to see what this new Fed chair is going to do. So a lot of things going on.
Interesting. Sorry to jump in there. It's an interesting component with the new Fed chair, how everybody's assuming he's going to be so dovish, and I don't know why we're assuming.
I don't know.
So that's definitely a big piece of the puzzle for me, that I would kind of, I'm a contrarian. I would love to see him actually be like, actually, guys, I'm a hawk and I worship Volcker. I got a little shrine in my closet to him. We're gonna do it like that. We're playing bad cop.
No, Trump sending the Secret Service to his house one night, right? He's sending the Delta Force, like Navy SEAL is just they're gonna wake up and there's gonna be a scary looking dude standing over him going, "Listen, bud." It's no, down. The down is what we hired you for, not up. But it is interesting, and I think once we get through this whole SpaceX thing, I'm starting to think the next thing that the market's going to be looking at is going to be midterms, right? And I've brought this chart a bunch of times. The midterm, like the year of midterms, is always an incredibly choppy year up until November. It's the seasonality for this particular year is that we get, a rally into the summer, and then the summer gets super choppy. And then in, I think, what's your guys' midterms, November? In October, November, everyone goes, okay, now we know who's going to make the laws and run the country or whatever. And then the market kind of resumes a trend after that. But I'm waiting for that. We haven't gotten that yet. But that's kind of what I've been looking at for a potential. Yeah, this thing is, pretty, it's supposed to be choppy, right? So.
Yep, Michael, we're chopping around.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you like to kind of basket stocks around this time of year in terms of political implications? Like who might do better under a, red regime or a blue regime, and kind of be using them as almost like barometers for early voting numbers, if you will, kind of polling numbers?
Maybe in the past, but again, I'm Canadian, so I don't care who runs your country. That's the first thing I just want to say right off the bat. I live somewhere else. I know you guys are pretty crazy about your politics down there, so just leave me out of it. But once Polymarket and Kalshi came up and did such an amazing job, like pegging your guys' election, and then they did the same with ours up here. The polls had ours like way off compared to what the betting market said. I think that's like the barometer going forward. Now, after the election, I always think it's hilarious that if I'm like, okay, so imagine a world in which solar stocks have doubled, marijuana is about to get legalized, and that's had the best yearly performance in like 20 years. We've socialized a whole bunch of companies like Intel, and then I go, okay, which side runs the country? If you like just woke up from a coma, you wouldn't think. And then it was the same with, right? Marijuana stocks are tanking. Coal is ripping to new all-time highs, all of this stuff. Who runs the country? So it's like, I just don't think it generally matters in the long run, but it's for stocks. But yeah, for me, just show me Polymarket. They'll tell me what's going on.
I love that. I love that. We just got a big air out candle on.
Dude, I froze. All right,
froze?
Yeah, my
okay, I'm going here.
Black arrow froze.
I'm over here on Trader Evolution. Yeah, the Qs are trying to dig in here. Had a up move, and now we're just kind of come back, and we're sitting right there at lows. We have the IWM coming down here as well, so it held up for the first 10, 15 minutes and going down as well, right? So it is. That's now I'm maybe seeing why. There's a tweet going out here. Trump.
There we go. What did I say?
Very dishonorable people. There's no such thing as good faith dealing. Terms that Iran leaked out are fake news and have nothing to do with the real terms agreed upon. So we're getting an angry dude this morning.
One angry man.
There we go. Iran drone strike on ships leaving Hormuz, totally unacceptable. So yeah, we're getting an angry grandpa this morning. So just be careful. That might be moving us a little bit.
Uh-oh.
This is why we can't have nice things, guys. Just for one day, can't we just not do this song and dance? You know, it's so tiring. Please.
It is. Well, like Dave mentioned, it's almost like this is kind of inconsequential. It's a nothing burger almost, you know? It's like it's one day peace, the next day we're back at war. What are we doing? Like, just pick one.
Yeah, pick one and stick to it.
Be consistent. Stick to it and be done. I mean, when we went to
consistent.
War,
if we're going to have war, let's have war. If we're not going to have war, let's not do it.
Get in, get out. Quit being so dang fickle. I don't know. It's a nice stock market play, though, if you're inside, but, you know, that's a different conversation.
Trump on Iran better get their act together. So, yeah, it's just more. Dude woke up a little cranky this morning, so, you know, just be careful.
He didn't get all his SpaceX shares filled. That was probably the
Man, he just sounds like he's the parent of a teenager who won't clean up their room or something. Right. You better get it together, Buster. People are dying. Come on, what are we doing here? I don't know. It's a very weird geopolitical situation. But hey,
get it done, Steve.
There it is. I was like,
I'm going to nuke you if you don't clean your room, Steve. If you don't clean your room, I'm going to nuke you. It's going to be great.
I can see
a great impersonator here.
It still freaks me out. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Can I yank the screen just for 1 second? I just want to show you all a little bit.
Listen, man, it's your show. This is an informal one, right? I don't know how long anyone's staying or how long we're going for. Whatever. We're all waiting. We're supposed to get in 6 minutes some news or some pricing data, but we'll see after that. I've got my broker up here as well, so I'm hoping they're going to tell me potentially what I'll be up or down. I think that's kind of their job.
Sorry, Ayush, I heard you say something in my ear there. I didn't quite catch it.
Michael said that all his shares are up and he is leaving the stream in perpetuity.
Oh yeah, I'm out.
He's now the first trillionaire. He has beat Elon Musk to it. So bye, Michael. It's been good knowing you.
Later, man.
Later. Great. Now your kids can eat forever.
Hooray.
Okay, I got it, Ayush. Thank you. I'm going to switch to the dark chart so we can see a little better here. Gotta go for that visibility, but I just wanted to show y'all something really quick, and this is basically the early gamma exposure chart that we have today, and why this might be an area of reaction. So this little line, we doodled this right when this was originating, right at this point here. We thought we'd get the run up right here to this time. This was an important level, this 7,400, and popping that collar a little bit. Now we are coming back down, overshooting where I'd like to see the sell by just a little bit. But we did get that tweet, so we could expect a little overshoot in terms of levels here. I would like to see some buyers stepping in here off this previous little intermediary shelf where we caught a continuation bid yesterday afternoon, and now we're coming back into it there. If we can hold here, we could see a nice rip back up to this magnet on the day. I think this is where we want to head. Check in with 74.25 to the north, with room up to that 7,500. I don't think we necessarily get it today, but I do think that that's on the agenda for early next week if we can hold the line here. If not, we might need to come revisit where this kind of flips red to green here. And worst case is, hey, if we do lose, I think it's this pre-market low, or I'm sorry, this post-Trump tweet low from last afternoon, about 2 hours before close. That's the kind of bigger pivot here, where if we lose that, we could see acceleration to the downside, probably to retest that breakout level. But I'm really looking for a catch right around here. So I'm going to keep updating y'all as we progress here, and especially as SpaceX, launches, because I think there's going to be some shaking and some bacon in this gamma exposure chart here.
Wait, and more importantly, did you say dark charts are better for showing? Have I been wrong my whole life? I've been showing you guys light charts because I've thought that was the easier to see. We should do a poll or something.
Because I love. Yeah, I'd like to know as well.
I love dark charts.
Charts.
I've always used dark charts in like when the stream turns or when I'm not showing something on Twitter or video or whatever. I just always thought that the brighter charts were just better for, showing everybody what's going on. I thought they were easier to see, but no, this would be like even better news than my SpaceX allocation if I can switch to dark charts and everyone will be fine.
Do it.
I think they're going to like it, Michael, honestly. I'm also realizing that much like my coworkers, my monitor loves to gaslight me too. It's one of those ones that basically it's just insanely bright. I'm probably burning out my retinas. So when I can see like the backlight or like the little gray ticker, for example, in the back center, other people on camera can't see it at all, or it's super faint. So maybe it's one of those situations where this is optimal for others. To me, it looks like like one of those velvet neon paintings where it's like black and then just bright colors. I don't know. It's a bit much for me, but if you guys like it,
I'm a dark mode all the things guy. I just always thought that it was easier to show as soon as I'll show you guys, right? As soon as I just hit a button and broke everything. But yeah, I do this. My charts are weird. These are my charts. Once people aren't looking, I use like the dark and the green bars. Like this is
that's like
old school
color.
Old school, and I find them like nice and chill on the eyes and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I'm getting my producers saying I get to switch to dark charts now. Holy smokes, my eyes are going to be so happy. I was sacrificing for you guys, so good.
So special.
I'm dark all the time. Dark room, dark charts, dark everything.
No, I'm with you. Usually I like my charts. Chill. I like the dark charts to match like, my nail polish and my soul. I'm an edgy guy, but
are you God, Steve?
It's not a phase, Dave. Okay, this is who I really am inside. This is how I'm expressing myself.
You're just up too early, Steve. You need some more sleep. It's gonna be all right. It's all right.
Sometimes I think that I hate everything, and I realize I actually got 2 hours of sleep, and I'm a little hangry. And then actually, that's when Crowbar Steve comes out. Then things aren't so bad.
Crowbar Steve. I didn't know that one. Nice.
Yeah, you don't know the Crowbar Steve lore.
No. All right. We're keeping that one. That's another t-shirt.
I guess. I feel like the story keeps changing for the origination, but for some reason or other, I'm going to come to your house with a crowbar if you don't act right. So I think that's the boogeyman tale we tell our kids. If you don't use a stop loss, Steam's going to show up at your door.
He's going to come.
Because it's always the nice, soft-spoken, kind-hearted dude that you got to worry about, right? It's never you go to the bar and it's like there's some huge dude who's just running his mouth. He's not going to do it. It's like the quiet guy in the corner who's, you're like, oh, that's the guy I gotta worry about because, that's the one who's going to just snap one day and take us all down. A little bit of SpaceX news coming through here. SpaceX said to draw $350 billion in total demand. Now, do a little math. They're releasing $70 billion to market. So over we're talking 4 times as much demand than they're saying is supply. I'm no economist, but generally speaking, that thing is going up. So, here we go. So we've got an indication of, right at the time, indication of 171 is the current potential opening price. SpaceX shares indicated at 171 in Nasdaq debut versus IPO price of 135 a share.
So I'm going to go ahead and collect my flowers. I believe I said 169 as an opening price. So maybe I'm a little preemptive here, but I think that's looking pretty decent. Pretty decent.
Yeah, and I
Just
can see
eyeball bet there.
On the trade the pool, I have SpaceX pulled up, and it's the change is it's up 28%. So that I think that coincides. I think that coincides with your number. What you just said, the previous close. I mean, there's no other information, but it did actually update within our trade the pool. 28% change.
I mean, I'm actually going to add this to SPCX, add it to the watch list, and then we could start seeing it flop about when it goes live there. Yeah, I'm seeing that same thing, 28.8%. No price data yet. Now, this is, I believe, the opening auction. So in which case it's going to open up and people are going to chatter back and forth. So that's not necessarily the price it's going to go live at. That's the price it's indicated at right now. Depending on whether a big buyer or seller steps in between now and the time it actually does go live, I think that can change somewhat. But that means roughly what it is now. If it doesn't go to what Josh say, 400, then I say we just all start calling him aggressively until he wakes up and comes and goes, listen, bud, I was promised to 4x my money. Where is it? But
he's
sitting there going, I was promised one morning off, one morning to sleep in.
no shot.
Well, yeah.
Now, how's everyone else doing? How's so there's SPCE down, Rocket Lab also down pretty big. So that kind of presentation I gave earlier about everyone else not loving life is unfortunately seeming to hold through. So just remember, it's not because these companies now suck, but it's if I can take a bet somewhere else, I'll take a bet somewhere else. It's like, I don't think it's a coincidence that MicroStrategy's exact topped was the day that iBit got options. That was like the exact day that MicroStrategy topped, because I can take my bet somewhere else now. I don't need to take my bet with you guys. But yeah, so 171. So we'll watch this thing, see if this updates. It looks like we're piping that data right from the exchange, because if Jesse saw that change like immediately after I read that out, that would have been pretty quick.
By the way, I did take a long scalp. I give it a minute or two, not necessarily just enter right here. But I do see some support forming on my Gex map, on my Delta, my book map type thing. So trade is working a little bit so far. Got that pull up. Nothing to write home up 10% on a scalp, but just letting y'all know. I'll keep you guys posted. But in general, if we lose that swing low, I'll be out for a small loss. Otherwise, looking for kind of a magnet back up north to that 7,400 SPX, about 25 points away to the upside.
Nice. Yep. Holding that last position here. Not clear on direction just yet on the cues, so we'll see what happens. And if that one doesn't work, then we'll wait and kind of pick better spots. I think I got trigger happy this morning because I'm not managing the stream, but we'll see what happens. If this doesn't work, then we'll wait for 10 o'clock and kind of pick better spots on the cues or on the ES, waiting for that. I really want to see once it opens if it's really going to affect the overall indexes and what's going to do.
I'm with you.
We either know or care if there's any economic numbers today. Is that something that we care about?
I have the news.
I know. I don't care.
Yeah, Michigan sentiment, Michigan consumer sentiment at 10. I mean, I don't think that's going to be.
Do we care?
That was my thing.
We also have inflation expected.
I don't know if. I just wondering, like, is there anything that we think is going to matter for anyone? I don't know, but it just seems like something that we should talk about at some point.
Michael, as the resident goth, nothing matters at all. But in a larger sense, I think it's worth considering. Today, I don't think the prints are going to do much, though. Like we know what's moving the market, right?
Yeah. This is
speaking of which, my timing's horrible here. First thing in the morning, Michael. Apologies there. I'm gonna spit it out and get it. My friend is long SPCE 0-day calls, so I'm not saying he's smart, but I'm saying he's my friend. So I'm wishing him luck on that trade. He just entered.
So
He
I've
didn't
got
swing them. So
I don't think I'm doxing myself by doing this. I don't think I am. But yeah, you can go to my screen. I don't think so. This is the broker that I took the trade in. So we can go back to this periodically. I just like I did a long scan there for like account numbers or anything. I don't think I'm doxing myself, but it's only us and 400 of our closest friends. So if you are seeing anything, just keep that between us. But so there it is. There's the, I've got the 135. That's 170 shares. So that will be in this box right here. We'll see when things go live. So this will be right kind of from the exchange. So that's another place that we'll take a look at it. So we'll obviously be keeping an eye on Trader Evolution, which now this says 29.1. So it looks like it may have moved a little bit.
I see 29.62 now.
Wow, about 70% of shares sold to institutions were allocated to long-only investors to sovereign wealth funds in SpaceX. They're not selling. And sovereign wealth fund isn't going to be flipping that thing out quickly. You see, I was able to make my charts black while Steve took over. Oh, I feel so much better. I turned the whole computer into dark mode now.
Easy on your eyes. Dark charts all day. Not only are my charts dark, but I lower the how do you call it? The
contrast
brightness of the screens. Before I traded, I worked in design and advertising for the longest time. And trust me when I say your eyes will be happy if everything is just, if I could turn these lights off, it would be even better. Get something romantic like this, right?
Nice.
This would be perfect.
Yeah.
But we can't do that.
That's a wake-up call I need, I think, because like I said, the wattage this thing's putting out, it's like it's got the strength of 1,000 suns, I swear. It's like massive. It's alarming. Yep. So I'm going to look into that. I also might pick your brain because I was just up late last night on some talking over design elements and UI creation, that kind of stuff, how to capture an audience's attention and direct their kind of view to the right thing. So I might ask your opinion on that. Right now,
I'll send you an invoice and then monstrosity.
Okay, yeah, exactly. There you go. You're a professional, if nothing else.
We could talk. We could
I like Dave. I like Dave.
Yeah, open that pocket.
Smart guy.
But sure, we could definitely talk. Quick tips: people's eyes work in a Z pattern or an X pattern. So rule of thirds. Everybody, for example, the way we are here right now, everybody's looking at our glasses and our eyes. That's kind of the eyesight. And if everybody read, they probably read Trading Room Live, then went to follow us here, then zigzagged across the screen to the left and then to the right. You kind of scan like that. If you're a Westerner, of course. If you're on the other side of the world, then it's going to be reversed. And then I used to make ads for people in the third world that don't necessarily read. So you want your sentences to be 7 words or less, because by the 7th word, somebody who doesn't read well forgets the first word. So quick tips there.
I was going to say that's good for me. I don't. So that tracks 7, and I'm losing interest. So.
So you're not reading any Russian writers, Steve. No Dostoevsky for you.
I actually do love Notes from the Underground, but I'm an enigma, Jesse. Don't judge how I think based on what I read.
None of that. Okay.
War and Peace put me to sleep. I stuck to the ones I like. Notes from the Underground, that resonates with me as a low life, I guess. So that's more my speed. But
no Tolstoy. Okay, got it. I won't be sending Tolstoy to you for Christmas.
It's a big old paperweight. It is it's like a square book. I hate it. I don't like looking at it. It's too thick.
Yep.
That's my hot take.
Exactly. It's good to see Nigel in the chat. Nigel, Tack, seeing you guys on here. The Crow Trades. Good to see you guys. Check out the link in the description because we have a predict the SpaceX opening and closing price. You can check that out. I think we're giving away a 25K eval for that too. So check out the link in the description. Yeah, giving away tons of good stuff out here.
I love it.
So
nice. Did you guys check out the who's leading the competition? You guys, Trade the Pool was leading Last time I checked.
We
Let
are.
me see.
We were.
Altogether, oh my God, who's up 1,000%?
It changed.
That's just what we do over in the stock world.
No,
not
that's
me,
not you. That's
but
the
that is
FX
not me. Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. FX is leading top 8, and then we have TTP number 9th. Oh man, you guys, what are we doing? What's the future side doing?
I think we have our very own
we're number
Ayush on there.
30. The highest one is 30th.
Just letting you know, guys.
On top of that.
Sorry to interrupt. I did just take my scalp off. I do still think we have room, but we're coming right back into the big pivot. Whoa. That was a pretty bird. Yeah. I like that. That was nicer than my cats that I always keep showing people on my background. But I did trim. I think it's still gonna go, but I'm out of the scalp. I don't know. I said trim. I'm out of the scalp, but it is going. So just letting you know, anybody who's still in it, making more money than me, I took 30% on that little trade just to wake up. That's my morning coffee. You know, I don't have Josh in here with his vuvuzela, so I gotta take what I can get there for the energy.
IWM just hit a new all-time high. So new all-time high for small caps. So congratulations, I guess, for all you small cap people out there. Oh, I can get out of my I can get out of my Adobe here for money now. Finally,
Ooh,
I was flat to down on it a little bit. Seems like a gift horse that I shouldn't look in the mouth for. So yeah, I sold that for 2, and now I'm buying it back for 1.5 to 1. Now, if I had guts, right, you ride this out to the close, and it just expires, and I get the whole $2 net on the spread. I just don't know if I have those guts. So I don't know. I'm staring at the screen right now, debating whether or not I close her out for 25% gain.
I did not know this bit of trivia. Tack says the word grok came from a book high schoolers read, Stranger in a Strange Land. I was wondering where the name grok came from, Tack. That's very interesting.
Well, that sounds like
Elon. I actually knew that. Yeah, it's very, very pick-me science fiction Elon of him. But Stranger in a Strange Land's great. Jesse, I feel like you'll get frustrated with me because you'll be like, oh, Steve has good taste in literature. And then you'll try to discuss it with me, and I'll be like, yeah, I liked that book. You know, it's like, it doesn't really translate to. I haven't grokked it yet. I haven't absorbed the knowledge enough to you know. But the heart is in the right place. The brain is just slow and malleable. So,
question for you guys: do you still read? Like sit down and read? Because I've stopped reading.
I wish.
I've stopped reading, like sitting down and reading. But I've been listening to audiobooks forever now. Does anybody still read?
I try to read
except if it's AI.
Yeah, I try to read physical books as much as I can. I mean, which isn't a ton, but I do try to spend 20 minutes at least, usually in the evenings when I have a little window, and I do try to continue to read. And I also love audiobooks as well. Audiobooks is a great way to consume material.
That's one thing I was looking at, because I guess I read somewhere, I've never used it, but I guess with Audible, which is an Amazon thing, if you get a Kindle, you can switch back and forth. So you can hit pause on your audiobook and you can pick up your Kindle and it will know the exact point that you left off. And then if you use your Kindle a couple times and then put it down for the night and then you listen tomorrow, it will so you're not trying to find your place all the time. And that to me got pretty interesting because if I was going to do it, it'd be like a before bed thing, right? Read a little bit before, get away from the phone for a minute and calm the mind down.
I like to give my eyes a break, honestly. That's why I don't typically pick up a Kindle. I'll do the audiobook for books, but when I really want to read, I want to actually physically hold a book. I want to look at print still. I know it's more of I got an older school way of doing things. I don't know what the future generations will do, but I still love my books. Still love my books.
I love to look at them. I love the smell. I love to hold them, fold them, whatever, but I just can't bring myself to read them. I feel like they got me on the other side. I'll listen to plenty of audiobooks. I just can't. I don't know. I haven't read a book since college, maybe, or a little bit after college, and that was a while ago. If you could tell by my white beard, it's all audiobooks.
It's so easy, but I wanna stick up for you, Dave, and be in your corner because it bugs me when people are like, oh, it's an audiobook. Oh, I asked you if you read. It's like, come on, I'm absorbing the information in the way that fits my lifestyle best. You know, it's very ableist. I have dyslexia. I have a whole bunch of stuff. So, you know, that's, see, Michael, represent. There are dozens of us, you know? And so well, what and if I listen to my media? Whatever.
And I just, again, I'm dad of 2 kids. I run a business. I'm on here with you guys. I got, you got a lot going on. So if I can get the knowledge while I mow the lawn, while I do a little workout,
exactly.
While, it's like it's multitasking, right? I'm doing push-ups, and instead of like screamo in my ears, it's the market wizards. I'm like, it's all for it. It's good.
Sure. Yeah,
I love it.
Yep. It is a matter of how
working out. I'll do it while doing the dishes, mowing the lawn, commuting. The best ones are driving. We went to Canada last year. We just had audiobooks on the whole time. Drove 8 hours, read 3 books.
Yeah. It's really like the best way, in my opinion, to just kind of get that information in faster. Wow. Yeah. Indices still ripping here. I think they're going to go for the sweep.
By the way, I took half off, and I'm holding the rest.
Nice.
So,
I just had one contract, which is why I sold. The amount of times I've been up 30% on a scalp on a 0 day, and then turn around on stream and be down 30%. I just locked it in, but I do think this has legs. If I was in futures, I'd keep moving that stop up.
Well, come to the future side. It's the best side.
I got my Black Arrow account. My Fivers account. I'm just tired, Dave. It's too early. It's too early for this.
But I think I'll hold till the 680s or 700s, more or less, and then call it a day on this account. So we recovered the loss. We're moving back up. We'll see how long this holds. It's 10:07, guys. Call Elon. Tell him what's going on.
What are you doing?
Hurry up, man.
Come on. MU is back over 1,000. That took a few days, but it's back over $1,000 now a share.
Well, yeah, we're pumping here back to all-time highs, right? So we have IWM that hit all-time highs, and there's the RSP all-time highs. So the average large cap stock just cranked to a new all-time highs. It's just tech that's lagging us, right? It's this rotation that we've been pointing out all week, right? There's your tech large caps, and there's your kind of everyman, your equal weight version that just cracked into an all-time high. So it's a very much a where are you? If you're still feeling a little pain, it just means you're just not in the sector that everyone cares about right now.
Snowman, you mentioned you lost power or didn't have power. Did you get it back today? I hope you did. And also you mentioned that you read the book in the bathroom. Yeah, it's funny. That used to be a good spot to leave a book and everything. But now that we have cell phones, it's
that's
bring the
sign
phone
of the
to
times
bathroom, right? It's a sign of the times.
Yeah, which is disgusting. Like I do it too, but I'm like, this is.
I know, right? Like you don't want to admit it, but come on, everybody's doing it.
Yeah, no, it's just gross. Like everyone does it.
Poops, Michael.
I don't want to.
But we all just accept that this is something that we just do now. We just bring these things into the. It's just nuts. It's like no, I don't think we
Michael,
should.
Has anybody ever told you that sometimes you channel a little bit of like George Costanza? This feels like a very George Costanza take.
Well, it is. I was looking at so when I was looking at cars, fucking right out of left field there. But anyway, there was this one, and it had like the place that you put your cell phone to like charge and do the Apple CarPlay and everything, had this like UV cleaner, I guess. So like you'd put your phone in and you'd go drive your car and it would do the CarPlay and everything, and it cleaned your phone. And I'm like, man, that's a really good idea. So I looked at it. You can buy boxes that you can like put in your house, and I could be complete horseshit, I don't know, but you're supposed to put your phone in it and it just like hyper blasts it with UV light to clean it up. I'm like, I wonder if I'd get sick less often if. Then I'm like, I've got kids, so I'd have to shove them in the box and then turn on the UV light. And it's like, that's just not gonna. I don't think I'm allowed. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. I'm definitely not allowed to talk about it on stream.
Exactly. You're not allowed to premeditate it in front of an audience. If I could yank the screen for just a second, I just want to brag a little bit.
Give me the levels, Steve. I need to know where to get out.
Well, I think it's trim time right now. So here is this path. Like I said, it was drawn right here, And so far it is tracking, so I just want to keep it on. So we got the swing high, we got the low, it overcorrected, but like I said, it was a logical overcorrection here. So that's where we took the long, one of these two 1 minute candles before the pop. And I think by the time I mentioned it was probably right about here, but still gave you plenty of time. Target was this sweep of the highs here. I should have held. I took the move back to equilibrium just in case we made a higher low and then tried to retest this lower area. But as that was happening, we have had a nice shift of, you can see this magnet still showing to the top here. So guys, remember, even though when we dipped in the morning, we're always looking for that manipulation in the first half hour of the day. And we saw that the magnet never changed. It was always up overhead, and now even more so. So that provided that kind of, easy-ish trade where, hey, if I'm getting long here, I'm only risking a few bucks. And the upside, quite explosive. I just took it to the 50% in case it kind of failed at that mid-level. But I think we're going higher. I think that this is going to be a grind-up day. I like to call them bearskin rug days. Just try to short, make my day. It's one of those kind of days. Every push down is in positive gamma now for the first time all week today, which means that we have a nice supportive floor. And that's how we kind of can see as we're over this equilibrium here. So now when we come back over level, if we come back into it, we should catch and push up. Sorry, what was going on? Am I missing something here?
SpaceX remains in pre-launch status, according to Mr. Bloomberg. That's a little.
Is that a pun?
I don't know. Like, are you getting punny with it over there? Is that the technical term? But I don't.
Is that a sign?
So does that mean this can go at any time? Because I want to see this. Like, let's do it. I'm not bringing now 500 of my closest friends over here just to not have anything happen. But let's get going, man. Come on, Elon, hurry up.
Come on, Elon.
Show me the money.
We're ready.
Dave, by the way, I just got a topping signal there. We just swept.
Yeah.
This was the liquidity magnet. We reached up to it, and then on Bookmap as well, they just put a big wall in. There's about. It is quite a ways down. So 73.95 to 7,400 on ES. We're currently at 74.11, trading down from that 74.20 handle. That's where the resting support's going to be. That's where I'd like to see this dip hold. And my timing is off a little bit, but basically same level. Would just like to see a kind of comeback and stair stepping up these cases or this staircase. And like I said, in positive gamma, it should be 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and that's where we buy the dip. That's what I'm looking for there. But wanted to let you know. I'm
good. If you guys want to switch to my screen, I'll show you guys my usual opening range boxes, the pink boxes you guys like to see. So we made a couple attempts there, took a little bit of the short. We, swept the lower level of the range. So I bought it as it was curling up, broke the higher levels, tested this, we'll call it, as I usually do, 1 standard deviation up. This would have been a great area. This is where Steve was telling me to take those profits. I'm being greedy. So if we get somewhat of a pullback and hold above VWAP and above these levels, I'll be looking for another curl up and a test of these overnight session highs, and that's where I'll be getting out. Or if we just rip up, then I'm targeting the call it half of this third box up there, so right around here, which, guys, believe it or not, on the NQs right now we are up 217 points in, what is it, less than an hour? Less than an hour. 48 minutes. The ranges have been ridiculous on the indices these days. I mean, this would take a whole day usually. This is 250 points is a whole day on the Qs. So
Nasdaq just tweeted, anticipates SpaceX IPO open for trading shortly. Ooh. So hold on to your butts.
Just for funsies, I'm gonna hold this.
So that's, I don't know what short, like, give us a time. You know what I mean? Shortly a half hour, is shortly a minute, is shortly right.
When we're talking inflation, like, it's transitory. How transitory, Mr. Powell? Come on, man. How do I trade off of that? How do I trade 0-day options off of that? Come on. Speaking of which,
I can show my screen at some point and just show you a quick trade that I took and got out of, lost on. But Steve, were you going to say something?
transparency. Yeah, just real quick. Dave was talking about these crazy ranges intraday, and I think futures are a great way to capitalize on that because you're getting big point moves. If you're just shooting for 10 points on ES, you will find that pretty easily, to carve that little easy trade out. Dave, also great call holding. It's still looking amazing. It's just going to take its sweet time. I had to book profits on the way up to capture that gamma because I was trading options, and I was talking to my friends in the server literally as you were saying there. We were saying like, man, that was such a clean trade. We got in at the bottom, we sold the top. It's about 100% move. Usually that would have been like 200, 300%. And I would have made more just trading a big old chunk of shares or some futures. So I think that when IV is high on a day like this, where there's this big event, it can be a really good time to switch on over to your leveraged shares or your futures, which are essentially leveraged shares, right? With a little extra steps. Yep. So that's just what I was just telling people in my server, in my community, like, hey, there's a good tool. It's nice to be like Batman in the markets and just have a tool for everything on your tool belt. So
indeed,
good stuff there.
Indeed. Still holding. And actually this might be kind of a setup you might consider when the IPO opens. I've been looking at past IPOs and what one could do. Because I haven't traded an IPO in, I don't know, 2-3 years. Ooh. So yeah, Michael was touching on those ORB setups, opening range breakouts, where you take the break, risking whatever prior low. You could consider that. You could wait and start scaling into the break, wait for a pullback to add. Of course, with extremely small size, guys. I repeat, extremely small size, because we don't know what this thing is going to do. So, that could be one thing you do. I looked at some other ones this morning. Let me pull them up here.
Dave, I hate to cut you off.
Yep.
I hate to cut you off, but we are surging. Great hold. We're surging up into my magnet. This would be an area where I'd trim if I was still full sized. Just wanted to let you know. Manage your trade because you managed it a lot better than I did this morning.
I'm being greedy. I'm gonna hold till 680.
Send it, brother. I do love that. I think we do have room. These nodes should grow. I'll update that chart in a sec.
SpaceX to top $2 trillion in market value in debut. So 175 we're indicating now.
So yeah, I was looking at PBLS. Of course, I can't even remember. Yeah, that was a health stock, but cool setup there. If you waited for about an hour and a half, you got a clean somewhat of a pattern to risk off of. Your classic ascending triangle here, where you could take the breakout, risk a prior low, and make a quick 2-to-1. So these are things you could be looking at if you want to trade today or just wait. We could also see stabilization bids where they're trying to stabilize the price and they keep bidding it up. I don't know what's gonna happen, but excited to see where we land.
I'm just happy to be here, Dave. That's my vibe today. I'm just
happy to be here.
I'm on no sleep. I'm on no sleep. I'm happy to be here. I'm just feeling it. It's a fun day so far.
Where did we lost Jesse? Jesse's having a rough time, man. Do you know how I could make SpaceX go live right now? And that's just if I go to use the bathroom. If I step to use the bathroom, I guarantee you.
Please do, and make sure to take your phone.
And just say, all right, now we're going to go live, right? They'll never know, right? I'll have it in a little box or something.
Your intention. You put your intentions out there. They have their ears on the stream, so the algos pick that up. They fire. Mm-hmm. They don't know you have the secret, in the pits, they have this straight phone, like the phone, like right to whoever it was, that was saving the markets. Well, we have the toilet phone, and that's our secret tool. And I'm telling you, some of the best trading happens on the toilet. So I don't know about Fivers, but I know Trade the Pool has a really nice mobile app, and I have made some toilet trades with the mobile app. So I think my hit rate's better on the can too. So I'm just letting you guys know.
One kind of caveat I'm going to give people here too when this thing goes live is that I remember that Facebook not only glitched out a lot when it went live, but it glitched out the whole market. The whole market, because it was just so much trading. You know, I was there. I was in the hedge fund space at the time. It was so much trading. It was so much volume that it was like getting like a DDoS attack for the exchanges. There's just orders coming in from everywhere, and brokers crash. Same thing happened in 2020 a lot when the market was going crazy. Like brokers crash and charting platforms crash and all that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to say, as this thing goes live, right, I would not be, you know, life savings in kind of anything, just because there is I hope that we've learned a lot since 2012 and that they've kind of stress tested their servers. But yeah, there's a world where exchanges, brokers, all this stuff gets just completely overwhelmed kind of from the ground up, and there's just nothing works. So, you know, if that happens, don't get frustrated. Don't like try to place a bunch of orders. Don't kind of go nuts like that. You know, just it's technology. It may or it may not work. Snowman, where are you getting this? He's saying 189. Where are you getting that from? Because that would be nice. Again, I was promised 400, and if we hit 400, I'm selling all but one share, and I'm hoping that they're like, oh man, he didn't sell everything, so he's not blacklisted from the IPOs. It's like, is that, I don't. What if I buy some?
It was a glitch. It was a glitch.
Every share you sell will be a separate order, so they'll just ban you for like from the next 8 IPOs, Michael. That's how it works. It's a recurring. It's a recurring.
For you.
I don't make the rules. I'm sorry.
I just don't. I think this is like the first one's going to be so important. The first like $1 trillion plus IPO, and then I think everything after that they'll be not care as much, and not meaning that it won't move as much. Because, you know, like we see IPOs that no one's ever heard of, no one has any idea what they do, and they triple on day one, right? So it's not so much followed means it's going to move. It just means that, right, I just wanted to be in this one because I thought it was a big deal.
Speaking of big ones, what do you guys think about Anthropic? I mean, I'm looking to get into that and hold long term, just because I'm kind of a, what's his name? I forgot his book. Anyways, I'm a buy what you know and understand kind of guy.
Peter Lynch.
Yeah, there you go. Read the audiobook.
There you go. That's one of the goats.
And I've been using Claude so much. My wife's jealous, and
my wife's jealous.
I have no idea what the numbers are or whatever. I'll look into it. But what are you guys thinking about the Anthropic?
Well, I'm a massive vibe coder here. Like that's what I do with all my spare time now. I'm the problem with this economy. I single-handedly crashed Microsoft. Sorry, not sorry. So I'm ready to invest early, hold, and just get absolutely bodied trading on fundamentals, as I know I should. Isn't that right, Michael?
My business, like my personal business outside of this, to be at the, say, efficiency and level that it'd be at, I would probably need 2 like assistants. And, you know, I pay $150 a month to Claude, and it's just way better. Like just little things like there's reports that have to get run at the end of the night. It just wakes up and it does those, you know, like these like boring-ish automated processes that kind of get completely put away. So it is, it's huge. I don't know, you know, mechanics of the company and how, you know, that turns around and all that kind of stuff. But it's for the use of it, I think it's amazing. It's like anything though, right? And just FYI for the Trade the Pool members, there will be a course made by me on using AI for trading on the website soon. It'll be free. Just give us your email and we'll give you the course kind of thing. And it's because I see a lot of people doing it wrong, like trying to have the AI say, okay, what should I buy? And when should I buy? Or and here's the chart. What do I do? And all of that. And it's not that. You have to treat it just like a personal assistant and say, this is, you know, I want you to do a bunch of research for me. Like that research that I showed you that kind of predicted that all these other space stocks would get murdered today. that was me talking back and forth with Claude and saying, it's about asking the right questions, because I just asked the question, well, what happens to everyone else? And it went through, and I was able to find that study and give that study to me and summarize it. And I was able to read the study and read the summary of it and have it, help me with the presentation and all that. So it is, you just have to treat it like everybody out there now is not a worker. You're a manager, and you have an assistant, and the assistant does the thing. And if you had an assistant and you were a trader, you wouldn't go to the assistant and go, what do I do? Like, what do I buy? Like, it's just Michael, not the way it works, right?
So, sorry, I think you're just I just want to like be like emphatically yes to everything you're saying, because this is like going to be such good just advice for anybody who's not sure how to frame and engage with AI going forward. Maybe you haven't really jumped into it because it seems like a scam or a fad or X, Y, and Z, or just intimidating. I hear that a lot. Just, we are on the forefront of this. We're probably in the top 10th percentile of people using this stuff, and there's still so much potential there. But just recognize that there is so much room in this space. It might be a bubble, but we are so early. The productivity is absolutely phenomenal. I don't think that we're going to have our jobs being taken by AI yet, but we might have our jobs taken by coworkers who are using AI when we aren't, That's definitely a factor.
I tell the story all the time, just quickly. My dad owned an accounting firm, and he always, in his advertising, he's like, we're the only one to have a computer. That's how old it was, right? We're the only one in my province to have a computer. And I showed it to him, and I, had my existential dread. I'm like, I'm worried I'm going to be completely obsolete soon. And he just said, this reminds me of when Excel came out. And very quickly, I wasn't asking people I hired if they were good at bookkeeping. I asked them if they were good at Excel, and that's, you walked in the door, and if you could do like crazy pivot table and like be a master of Excel, he's like, I didn't really care anything else about you at that point. You are hired. Here's a job. Here's some money. Go, because you are now infinitely more efficient than someone who could be a really good bookkeeper but didn't understand the softwares and the technologies and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, couldn't agree more, Steve. If you are worried, the only thing that you can do right now is to try to mitigate that worry by using the thing and trying to get over that, right?
I tell people, especially boomers, sorry guys, not you, but out there, you know who you are.
Ouch! I'm not there yet, man. Come on.
I just met Dave, but I don't think he's a boomer.
Me?
No,
oh my God, no.
No, I don't think he is.
Us Zoomers, we don't have to worry about this. But some people they get kind of intimidated by like just, I'm gonna get like psyoped by like the fake news or all these. Inoculate yourself. Get in there. Talk to these things. Learn how they work. Learn that they're not as scary as they're not some alien life form. They're also not just some Markov chain that's randomly generating things.
Yeah.
Don't like just get in there. Roll up your sleeves. Try some stuff. Build some stuff. Mess things up. Definitely don't give it root access to your computer, but mess around with it. Go get your hands dirty.
Don't sign into your bank account with it, but
or do that, but tell it to purchase a lot of Trade the Pool accounts, and maybe you'll wake up one day rich. That is not financial advice, for the record, but hey, you never know.
So I think since we're touching on boomers, whatever, I'm going to say a quick anecdote. I convinced my father-in-law, who's 70 plus years old, to start using it, and he can't let the thing down. And that was like, okay, ding, 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 ding. All right, if my 70 plus year old father-in-law, who's not tech savvy, funny enough, worked in accounting as well his whole life. So I'm like, okay, this is like a big check for me to
kids. There's been times like, listen, bad dad moment coming where they're just like, you're really tired and they just want to talk to you about the most random crap for a long period of time, and I'm like, do you want to talk to dad's robot? They just turn on the voice phone, go, and it will just constantly they can just, and this is my pop, and his name is Marshall, and he drives a fire truck, and he does, and I didn't just have 2 seconds of like, like
that's not going to work in their teenagers.
That's good parenting, though. No, in front of an iPad.
Sorry, I know.
I think that's good.
Yeah, And yeah, it's teaching him. Well, also I'm trying to get him over a fear of robots. He saw there was like a robotic like vacuum cleaner thing in Walmart, and they put like googly eyes on the front, I think, to make kids not afraid of it. And he saw that once, and he just comes over to me. He's like, "Dada, we're going now." I'm like, "All right, man, let's go." And ever since then, gone. He's like, "I'm nothing robotic. Am I interested in it at all?" I'm like, "So I'll give it a nice like lady voice, and you can talk to it, and maybe you'll get over that fear. Hopefully someday soon, because we have like a $1,500 robot vacuum cleaner that I can only have run when he's at school, or else it will traumatize him for life."
Wait, Michael Noss, systems trader's son, is scared of robots. The joke's
I know.
right.
The irony.
I know.
trying.
Like, geez, man, you got to take over the family business and deal with these things.
So funny. Yeah, just give it a nice lady voice. Have it have that nice. Yeah, if he's talking to ChatGPT, that thing always pats me on the back so much. It makes me feel. It hypes me up so much. It's like, you're the. Nobody in the history of the universe has even thought of this. That's crazy. You're so cool. You're so handsome. Maybe in 10 years you might have a different problem if he's hanging out with that robot too much. But in general, I think that's an awesome way to start. Because
I don't know if I was running out of tokens, but it started. I could see it starting to get frustrated with them, because at the end of every response, and it was like, "If you need anything else, let me know. I'll be here." Like after a 30-minute conversation about which Paw Patrol guy you like the best, like it was just.
After the 10th, why is the sky blue? Well, but why? Well, but why? All right. Yeah. Okay. The robot's going to throw his hands up. That's. Oh, man.
So listen, guys, I just want to say I'm glad that we're all here shooting the shit, because no SpaceX IPO yet. Don't worry. We'll cover it when it starts. But this is the fun part about hanging out in communities like this, having groups of traders like this. We're reading chat. We've got a bunch of people that hang out there all the time. And yeah, because sometimes trading is very exciting and very action packed, and there's a lot of the time, most of the time, trading is this, right? We are waiting for an event to occur. Nobody knows that in that event might just be a breakout of a stock. That event may be, a setup, a pullback that you're waiting for or something, but it's a lot of this, a lot of sitting waiting. So, if you are, I'm going to do the typical YouTuber thing, right? If you're just hanging out with us for the first time, do the subscribe and the like and say hi and chat and all that kind of stuff. And then regardless what stream you're in here. And that tells speaking of AI, that tells the algorithm that you like this content, and next time you pop on wherever you are, you want to get pinged and reminded that this will take place. And of all of the SpaceX, I gotta show you my Twitter. Do I have this on here? Yeah. So just look at the sidebar here on Twitter. Everybody in the world is doing a SpaceX stream. So of all look at this sidebar. This is just all the people I follow doing SpaceX streams. So of all the streams that you could have joined, I am very glad that you have decided to hang out with us. Like, look, there's one, right? There's Unusual Whales and Wolf and Trend Spider, and oh, there we are right there. So yeah, but
they're not as handsome as us. So, right. Come on. And there's 4 of us. So.
Every stream that you could hang out in, I'm just glad that you chose us, and just make sure you give that algorithm and everything some love, so it knows that you want to be reminded when there isn't a $1 trillion IPO, which is most days. There isn't a $1 trillion IPO.
That's not every day.
By the way, I want to say thank you to Big Me to Fit Me, who said he's going to buy a futures account on Monday. Awesome. I'm waiting for you over there on the future side. Like I always say, the future side is the best side. So we'll be happily waiting for you there.
Dave, it's SpaceX Day. Don't make it fight day. Come on. Can't we all just coexist? Can't there be 2 winners, two number ones today?
You want boomers to give thumbs up? We want what's the new one? Zoomers. If there's any silent generation there,
the silent generation.
do.
I think they're about all but gone. I think.
Oh, okay. Well, if there's shout out if there's any of you still around, then
I don't know if they can hear.
I put in an order to buy SpaceX at 135.
135, you said?
No, someone's saying they put an order to buy to 135. Well, we just got a tweet, indicated to open at 170 debut versus IPO price of 135. So if it does go down to 135, that might be a pretty good entry, because you're talking a pretty sizable correction there to get to that price. I'm biased.
Michael,
I hope it doesn't get there. But
Michael, what do the stats say? I know you don't have the actual number, but anecdotally, what would the stats say in terms about, would you do better buying IPOs after they pull back 30% or when they're 30% up and have that momentum? I know what you'd say about other stocks, but I'm curious if this changes the equation.
Just the fact that so many, it's one in 4 IPO stocks undercut the allocation price in day one. So 1 in 4 chance that's happening, you know? So, and then it's like 70-80% undercut. I believe the opening price, like whatever, in 170 in this case, if that's actually what it opens at, that's in like the first year. So most of them are much lower. One thing that's really interesting is there was this very kind of famous trading strategy that existed for some time, and the idea was you just bought them back through the whatever the first day high was, with like a 10% trailing stop on them, and that beat the pants off the market and actually made a whole bunch of money. Now, I hate percentage trailing stops. I don't think they make sense at all, because 10% on
sorry guys, added to my position, by the way.
Yeah,
nice big pump.
So I think like some sort of ATR base, I think you could beat that. Another strategy that I heard of is actually just anchoring a VWAP from day one and buying it as it comes back through that anchored VWAP. So I'm going to start playing with these now that we're kind of in IPO season. I want to have a strategy to take advantage of these, right? And of course, we're talking swing. For day trade, again, like we mentioned in the open, I think momentum's your only bet, because it's like you're buying dips, but you're buying dips to what? You're not buying, it's not a moving average or a support level so then how do you manage the emotions of where do you put a stop loss? So yeah, it's just vibes. Not a...
Come on, just vibes, Michael. Just just seeing what sticks. No, I 100% agree with what you're saying there. What I do want to say is...
I'm going long on INTC.
Sorry, I got quite distracted there.
Intel.
What was that?
Okay.
Going long on INTC. It hit a high today of 123. We're at 122 right now.
I like it. I like it.
It looks like we might be curling.
It's such a strong name. I'm glad that you have it on your radar. I think it's doing the high and tight flag breakout. A lot of the leading chips are kind of doing that thing, having that look very strong. What I was going to say, Michael, was on that, basically what you're describing on the reclaim of the highs. It's a failed breakdown. It's a reclaim, right? I love trade. That's my bread and butter setup. So what I would recommend, because I also hate trailing stops. They're stupid. Why would I trade my P&L? That doesn't make sense. I should trade the chart and just size appropriately from the start, So I'm a much bigger fan of free rolling a trade very fast when it starts to work by taking off maybe a half of it and just letting the smaller position go crazy. But if I was doing it full size, what I'd consider is maybe ATR, using that. An outsized ATR move for a stop.
Yes.
Or
no, and
that's what I like.
Every trailing stop that I have found in a system that works well is some sort of ATR basis, because people will put in, I put in a 25-cent trailing stop. It's like, okay, well, 25 cents for SpaceX today will be a blink of an eye. 25 cents for a $2 company is a huge deal, right? That's a big percentage of the company, and vice versa, right? A 10% stop. Well, that's going to be really big for Walmart. If Walmart moves 10%, that's news. If INTC here or a semiconductor moves 10%, that's like one day. So yeah, using something like ATR, the benefit is you're just normalizing it. You're saying this is how the stock normally moves. So if it breaks down from some ATR level, then it makes sense. Also, the way the turtles trade it. Did it make sense too, where you're just saying as a turtle trader, just like a 10-day low or something like that would make sense as well, right? So so someone's talking about hyperliquid. It's right back at 171 here, and I think that's because the Nasdaq is coming out and saying, listen guys, this thing's going to open up at 170 a share. So I don't think it's so much auction mechanics that they're dealing with now. I think it's more actual mechanics, like, just how do we, make sure this thing goes to market. I think that, like, tinfoil hat here, might be waiting till the dead period of the day, worried about the overload on the servers. If we just say, okay, we wait till everything else chills out and then we open up SpaceX, then that means that at least the server load on everything else is kind of diminished a bit. Maybe.
That makes sense. I really like that idea, because it also lines up with this concept of we're in our second kind of headbutting up against this big intraday kind of zero gamma flip level. If we can get through that, we surge. But it often needs some more time to develop. I would love to see a higher low pullback, maybe to around the opening price or so, somewhere around there, or yesterday's close would be even better. And that would be a nice level to kind of bring it back into, drift it down over the lunch on that low volume. And that would still be in the window. Like, they're not required to release it at a certain time.
Anytime today. They could do it at 459 or 359 if they really wanted to, right?
Really
that'd be dastardly. Elon would be very upset if that took place, but could happen.
Devious.
I'm fully out, by the way, guys, for anybody who was
nice.
following my trades.
Well, Dave, I like it because this it's a meme level too. That's the 420, and it's a meme kind of day, so you gotta respect the 420 on Elon Day here.
420. Right. It was just struggling. I thought we might get a break of the highs around here. We had that move up and then pulling back. We retested. That's where I added. So when we saw the volume increase there, I thought we might go and test those those highs there, but it turned out to be a fake out, as they usually are. So I'm fully out on this position, and then we'll wait, see if we find something else. I really wanted to be in a position long, and while the thing opened at around 10 o'clock, but I guess I'm not going to get that today.
That would be nice. I know it's not space, but I have a position that I'm in that I'd love your guys' opinion on, particularly Michael, just because I know you you have an eye for trading in a similar way to me, I think, on these swings. So Bros, BROS, I'm in a September out of the money call that I was in a couple days ago at about 57 is my entry.
Maybe pull up Steve's screen, Ayush.
Well, I got it up here too if you want, Bros.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, I see that. Nice drawings there. I gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah, so the nice break here. I have a lot of time. It's a September. I also only have one contract. I was only really willing to risk like $500 on this, but we did just get the sweep of this prior high. How do you look at this? If I only have one contract, I can't really tranche out. Otherwise, I'd definitely take half off. I'm up literally 106%. How would you look at this? Should I just take it off and roll it? It's still out of the money. It's a 75 strike for September. How do you look at this? Oh, the last piece of the puzzle. Bros has 49% short interest last time I checked.
And why do anything? Right? Like, I always look at it like, would you short this here?
Heck no.
Right? So, you're probably thinking that it's got a lot of, it's great strength over the last, 3-4 days, just huge and breaking out there. I think, unless you're looking at it and saying it's a little bit overextended and I can get a better price on a come down, I just look at that and say, listen, congratulations, right? Let her go. Let her. The hard part, especially of like trend trading like this, is that sticking with it. Is just not sitting on your hands and letting, because you've got to take the risk every now and then of having something that could be an amazing trade come back and be a break even or a loss or something like that. But that's just the nature of it. There's nothing you can do about it,
You told me exactly what I wanted and really needed to hear, Michael. So that this was a good come to Jesus therapy moment for me, because I kept, while you're talking, I was just zooming out like hour or I think 4 hour to daily, weekly, monthly. It just kept looking better and better and less extended. Like this looks like where I would buy something on a 1 minute chart, to be honest. Not too extended from that, at least. Nice cup and handle to break the downtrend.
One of my favorite quotes, a trading buddy of mine, Brian Lund, shout out, right? Great content creator as well. Been trading for like ever. Not to date him too much. He was there during the .com burst when he was trading, but he always said that his when to exit, he always keeps as dumb simple as he wants, which is just, is this in an uptrend for my time frame? Yes, keep the stock. Right? As soon as that becomes no, it's in a sideways trend or in a downtrend, then it's time to go. And that's all he does. Is every day, whatever your time frame is, so whatever, 15-minute chart, 30-minute chart, daily chart, whatever it is, you just go through and you say, is it still an uptrend? Yeah, okay, well, keep with it. And that could just be higher highs and higher lows. And when you have that higher low and that breaks, then you go, okay, well, it's no longer in that kind of pronounced uptrend for my time frame, and it's time to let it go. And you're always going to give some back when that happens. But that's just the nature of trend trading, right? You're never going to get the highs if you're trend trading correctly, because you're always just trailing that stop up, and there has to be some type of correction in order to get you out. And that's the annoying part of trend trading, is right, you see yourself up, I don't know, $1,000 on the trade, and by the time you exit, you're only up $600-700, and always have that occur on every single trade. But if you're a pure trend trader, it just has to happen like that kind of every time, right?
Right. And what keeps you feeling warm and comfy on those nights where you do see those $1,000 gains turn into 600, 700, 500, 400, it can range some. What keeps you feeling better is, hey, knowing if I do this 100 times on 100 stocks, 100 charts that have monthly setups that are as explosive as this, it only takes one or two to make up for all of those other ones. And then you go, hey, I was so worried about losing, maybe, I'm in it, call it 50. I'm saying, fretting about whether I should sell at 70 or 75. I instead of selling at 75, I wait and it comes back to 70 or something like that. That's such chump change. That's such a minor pullback compared to the potential of just a measured move is a 5 bag. So obviously that's insane to assume that we would get that. It's a log chart, it's a crazy long-term setup. But sometimes it happens. And very often it'll still, it's not unreasonable for this to make a new high in the next couple months. That's 30% right there. So the ones that you stay in on, those make up for the ones that give some back. I don't want to say tenfold, but definitely to a degree of magnitude higher to make the whole system worth it. Because otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. We're not gambling, well, at least not in systems trading.
Now, SpaceX indicated to open at 168 instead of 170. So we're,
baby, wow. Who said 169? Ooh, life's a meme. Life's a meme, and then you die, guys. So
listen, as a proud owner of 170 shares of Space, I don't want to see. I want to see the other way. I was hoping. We're opening up at like $500.
Wait, it's 100.
Oh man, so it's not 400 anymore. It's 500 now.
I know. Let's get her going. Josh, where are you, man? Get in here. He's $400. Dude said, "Come on."
Michael's kids need to eat, so Josh better put the team on his back here.
I just took a brief short in MU. MU hit $1,000 and then dropped $20. So we're at 980 for MU now. So I took a quick scalp for MU.
I love looking for the counter trend on something that's running hot like that. The counter trend little fade there when SPY's kind of giving it back. We don't get the SpaceX IPO in the first hour without liquidity, and then really, really clean. There's a seller here, right? Just over this 1K level, and so it runs a little hot. But you could, I see like any of these pops back up after it loses the 1,000 is totally viable entries. So I really like that. How did you manage your entry there? I'm curious.
We have been, hold on one second. We've been below the 9 now for a while. And I just honestly waited until it looked like it was showing some signs of weakness when it was trying to push back up. Which candle was this? At the 945 mark. 945 or so. What is that? Yeah. I was looking for just a sign of further weakness. With one of the candles that was trying to go up, but it really was having a tough time going up any further. So I was like, well, I'm gonna go ahead and take it short.
That's so clean, Jesse. Just waiting for the pop counter trend. Sorry, Michael. What's up?
Oh, I just got a question there in chat about that indicator on the right. So that's also volume, right? So the way to think about that is that most of the volume is on the bottom, right? It's just showing volume by time, right? Volume by each candle, how much candle each volume did. The one on the side is volume by price. So it's just saying at what price did people transact the most volume. And not a big indicator guy myself, but this is one that I can really get behind because it is, it just shows you that, okay, everyone traded this thing at $10. So maybe when it gets back to $10, there'll be some area of resistance there, or nobody's traded this thing at this price. There's less kind of, I guess, price memory, price emotion, that type of thing in it as well. So this is a great one to take a look at here. So yeah, definitely look at that. I don't know, volume profile, I think it's called in some places, but yeah, just think of it as at what price did people most or least transact shares at.
Yeah, perfect explanation. And to me, I literally just view it as the same. It's the second half to my volume indicator because I need volume by time and I need volume by level. And one is not enough, when they're so useful. So I love this. And also, there's a few flavors you can do. I have the visual range variable volume profile, something like that, VRVP on TradingView. So it's just using whatever's on the screen. So that's nice and easy. Yeah. But there is also another one that I want to show you real quick, and that is going to be the session volume profile, because that's very, very useful for auction market. What is it called? Market theory, market auction theory, or
market theory.
There it is. Thank you. I did dyslexia. You know me.
You're good. You're good.
SVP. But yeah, just tracking the progression of the equinoxes of the volume profiles from one day to the next can be very useful. If we go to a 15-minute chart here.
Yeah, is it Jim Dalton who's a big fan, or the kind of godfather of that? And that's how these type of charts, the guy just has made fairly famous too, and has just made a living trading these style of charts where he's not really looking at price. He's just saying, I'm just going to basically buy where volume has transacted in and wait till it get to places that volume has never transacted in.
The analogy I like to make, since I use, being a futures trader, I use volume profile a lot, is think of a store, right? And think of somebody yelling on the speakerphone, 50% off Nike, and then a bunch of people running, or picture maybe Black Friday. We're seeing movement here. What's going on?
Well, Micron was 50% off. So on the charts here, we're seeing they ran to your aisle there, Dave. A perfect example. It was under the 50%. They said, hey, we're on sale. Who wants Micron?
Yep. Oh, yeah, we're moving.
Some people still want Micron.
We're moving.
I don't see SpaceX.
I don't see it either.
Here's the question from Arnie on here. Dev, do we have a fixed range volume profile and VWAP bands available on Black Arrow?
Do we have? Yes, we do have everything, every single indicator you can think of available on Black Arrow. The only issue is there are tiers to Black Arrow. So the one you get with us, with the futures, is the Black Arrow 1. And that doesn't have volume profile included, unfortunately, but there is the Pro version, or if you want to go a step higher, the Ultra version. I'll switch to this version right here. These you actually have to pay for. The 1 is included, but Ultra is not included. But yeah, you could go in there, go into more indicators, write the volume.
Oh, sorry to interrupt real quick, but just what's ripping the market is the Iranian foreign minister says the memorandum of understanding has never been closer. So now we're getting from the Iranian side that a deal is close, and that's the first time. So yeah, you can go back. I just wanted to, this is why we are just ripping here across the board.
Wow. Ripping everything. Wow. Everything's ripping.
But yeah, you can get the volume profile here. Where is it? Let me put it on a 15-minute chart. It's the automatic one. Daily. I don't know. I see it. For some reason, it's not loading. Oh, there we go. So yeah, you can have it there, and then you can set it to whatever you want. You can have your custom time frames. You could have it fixed to the day or whatever you want to do. Usually I fix it to the session, so 1800 hours or 6 p.m. the prior day. This way I could see the Asian session, the London session, and everything, and where the most transactions occurred. And you can see here it's clear as day. Once we reach what we would call a low volume node, so an area where there wasn't a lot of volume, you could take that into, you're in the store, the shoe was $50, it went up to $100, nobody's interested to buy it there. Well, it's going to come back down, the price is going to come back down. And where it stays for a long time here was maybe the shoes at $55, and there's a lot of haggling and back and forth, and a lot of people are interested to buy and whatever. And then all the way down there would be another low volume node, another area where people are jumping in to buy because it's an extra 75% off. So,
that's like when you see the Craigslist listing, and somebody's just trying to get rid of it, and it's like,
yeah,
okay, people didn't want it when it was normal price. Maybe it was a little too rich for their blood then, but give me I don't know, what are those Apple scuba what am I trying, scuba goggle type AI thing?
yeah.
I don't know what they're actually called because I've never seen one actually buy one. But if you give me an 80% discount, I'll probably take a swing.
There you go.
All right, guys, I'm about to launch the SpaceX IPO. I'm going to step out for a minute, so just FYI, we'll launch right now. You can see I switched to the AirPods because I'm definitely going to be in there, and so if you guys can shout prices when it's guaranteed. So I'll be gone for 5 minutes. So this will be the 5 minutes they decide to launch.
That'll be it.
100%. So
I can hear the rockets. Here they are. They're coming on.
Everybody think of the funniest fake levels that we can scare them with.
Yes.
All right.
We got 420.69. We got 69.42. We got 67.67 for the youngins. There we go.
Rocket Lab has been down over 8% today, but I'm assuming based on this news, with everything in the market pushing back up, it is coming back up a little bit. But man, it was really down there for a while. We had a low today with Rocket Lab of 103, and we're kind of recovering right now. It looks like I took a little bit of a short scalp going long. And we're kind of getting hung up about the 106s or so.
Rocket Lab. Every time I hear Rocket, I'm reminded of Rocket Mortgage. And my PTSD kicks in because
that's such an unfun stock.
I had bought call options on that, and I was 1 week too early.
It's the worst feeling.
Oh my God. I never traded options after that.
No, you're I'm sticking to feuds. That's BS.
Evanology asks, what price do you guys plan on buying SpaceX, or are you going to purchase right at launch 135? Evanology, I have five shares that I've bought personally, and they apparently have come through. So that's my plan, and then we'll see what it does at open and throughout the day. I don't have an exact strategy personally, other than if it goes up massively, I just won't participate in any more IPOs according to the broker that I have. So, which is fine. So I will probably sell by midday or end of day if this thing goes up catastrophically, or parabolically, should I say? Hopefully, it won't be catastrophic. And I'll also be trading with Trade the Pool platform as well, because you can go long and you can go short with it.
I was about to say, how is going up catastrophic? I mean, unless you're short.
Unless you're short. That's right.
Unless you're short.
Not long enough.
That'd be great. Yeah. There you go.
That was catastrophically magnificent.
I was catastrophically right. But anyways, man, this was a nice move that I did not catch, but it's fine.
But it's fine. I know. That's why I do the exact same thing, Dave. I instantly go into self-soothing talks. I didn't even need it. I didn't even care that much. It's fine. There's another one.
You tell yourself that too, huh?
Tears pouring down my face. I am an options trader. I did not hang it up, so I'm looking at my premiums. They just jumped from 50 to 200. you know, in
Whoa,
5 minutes.
nice.
I'm not in anymore. I took the scalp, but you know, the call out for the boys is working. That's all we
I'll
got.
also say
there we go.
the change for the percentage for SpaceX has been changing in the last few minutes. It's now at 20%. There's no new news, of course. There's no actual like data on the charts or anything. But the one thing that is changing is that percentage, and it's gone down to 20% right now.
Interesting.
I like your numbers, Magic Man. I do not know what they mean, but hell yeah, I'm in. Let's send it. I think we're still going higher. Everything looks very strong. Still think these premiums are going higher than $2 too. Currently at 150.
SPY is at highs right now today. 742, 742.86 for SPY. Wow.
Well, guys, it is 11 o'clock, so I had planned on staying for an hour. Oh man, you see, right on my target, 680.
Wow.
Anyways,
Boxy Dave strikes again.
Yeah, at least the boxes worked. We took a little bit of profit, but I'm gonna have to leave you guys, and we'll be back Monday on the future side.
Nice.
But it was a great one. I'll be looking from my phone. And you guys enjoy it. Have fun. I have exactly 0 shares of SpaceX. It's going to stay like that for a while. All right, guys. Take care.
Pleasure to meet you, Dave.
See you Monday. Likewise.
Always a treat. Always a treat with you.
I feel like it's earnings now. I feel like this is all of a sudden like, what time is it? It's morning. I'm so used to seeing you in the afternoon.
I know. We have our usual routine, and this is like I don't know. I feel like I'm a nocturnal creature at this point. I'm like a raccoon or a possum or something. So just seeing me at these hours is pretty rare. Usually I'm hitting. I get like 3 to 5 hours of sleep. I hit the morning open, put the trades out for the guys, maybe take one myself, and then I chill out. You know, I don't usually talk to anybody. I'm a don't talk to me till I've had my coffee kind of guy.
Sure. That doesn't work around my house with the 6 children. The only way I can actually get away is to come down here in my studio. But now I come down here in my studio and I end up talking to you guys. So there's always someone in my ear. There's always someone I'm talking to. And so I just got to get away and read more, apparently. I got to get away with my books.
Well, somebody's got to in this room. Apparently, it's just you and me. And I know the books I'm reading have a whole lot of pictures. So I figure, you're probably mine are coloring primarily books. So
all right,
gotta hold it up. No, Jesse, I'm actually really bifurcated. I love one of my biggest passions is philosophy, but I also just don't have that much brain juice. So I either just read and watch, like just slop. Like my YouTube algorithm is like in-depth analysis of like obscure philosophers, usually pretty depressing ones, and then there's just like random, just like here's a compilation of a tapir, of a baby tapir or something, just like baby animals, and then body cam footage. So it's just all slop in every direction, and then a little bit of actual culture in there.
Actual culture mix, yeah.
I think you may not like that, but I think that's what peak performance looks like, you know, because nobody wants to be a nerd, Jesse, but nobody wants to be a dummy either. So you gotta thread that.
You gotta have that mix between jock and nerd, and that's a really good in between point to be. That's work out while you listen to audiobooks. That there is the jock nerd kind of thing. And Tat calls us the earnings team, but now we have Michael back. And
I was gonna say I am all in on the body cam footage. I know more about like civil rights of the United States than I know about Canada. Like I follow all these guys. It's like, this is what this cop did wrong, and the Fourth Amendment means that he can't hold you for this long. And I'm like, I don't even live in the country, and I probably know like more about. It's my same thing. My slop is that, and it's like the second I got old, it just started recommending DIY projects. It's like, did you know you can build a whole bunker? I'm like, okay.
I guess I care about this now.
I gotta watch this guy now build a bunker in his backyard for some reason.
The shorts.
Tax says Goodman up 35. SpaceX IPO gets them 6%. Interesting, Tack.
Goldman, probably type there. I'm like, is Saul?
Right.
You better call him if he's got that kind of sizing, because he might rug you. Oh, there's a hot take. I gotta pull the Josh. I gotta do all the media references. So here's my hot media take. Better Call Saul, way better show than Breaking Bad. Don't at me.
Oh, really? I've never seen.
Really.
I've never seen an episode. Maybe I should. Is it over now? Is it like done? Like wrapped up?
Yeah.
Ending?
Done. I have to wait until
hasn't it? I never saw Better Call Saul. I saw a lot of.
I'm the same way. After Game of Thrones, I don't watch a show until I won't do it. I'm like, you had me so invested. I'm not doing it anymore. Like, so I actually Google. I'm like, show me completed shows in which they are like people aren't pissed off at the ending, and then maybe it's worth my time. It's too much time, too much of my mental energy that you took from me, and I'm never getting back. So, yeah, it broke my trust.
Dude, if you think about opportunity cost, that really adds up, those seasons. And it's so funny that we were both scarred by the same show for the same reason. Us systems traders, we have a creed. We got to stick to it. And that's, I don't know where I'm going with that. Breaking Bad, great show, yada, yada. But come on, it's a little played out, right? Better Call Saul, I think potentially better acting. I thought the storyline was more engaging. Maybe it's because I was already hooked on the universe. But great.
Yeah,
great
like
show.
Someone's bringing up The Boys. I heard that and Stranger Things. I heard the endings were just absolutely atrocious on both of them. I watched I think I watched the first season of Stranger Things. That was before I think I got ruined by Game of Thrones. And I watched like a couple episodes of The Boys. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. But I'm gonna wait till and I hear both of them. They're just like, don't bother getting involved because they're both absolutely trash. So I'm like, okay, well, that saved me a whole bunch of time. It's good.
Well, you also have the aggregate score versus like the really polarizing ones, and that can be deceptive sometimes. So I think The Boys is very polarizing, specifically because in the later seasons they got very political, which I'm all about. I loved it, but I understand why it could turn a lot of people off, and 30% of the population is going to go, oh, thumbs down. You disagree with me? Thumbs down. You have an opinion? How dare you have an opinion? A lot of people want their media to just echo their own opinion. So it might be worth your time, but I'm so sad if it did have a bad last season. I don't even know if the new season is the last season. I'm just waiting for it to be done to watch it.
Well, for The Boys? It finished. It wrapped up, done. Yeah, and that's all I watched like a couple of the first episodes, and that's all the investment I had, and I just heard it was horrible in the ending. That I guess they were leading up to a big thing that just never happened, and all this kind of. So I'm like, okay, good. I just just give me something that has a decent story, and then they've thought about the ending. That's why I think like sometimes like comic book stuff can be actually okay, because if the thing's already written, that's what happened to Game of Thrones, right? Is the books aren't done yet. It's like
well, what if this happened? Yeah, well, what if that
they just sucked? They just guess, right? And so it's like what was it? Walking Dead was another one where that was built off a graphic novel, and they never finished it they're like, okay, well, now we just gotta make a bunch of stuff off, and that didn't work. Tax Talk with the Sopranos ending, that's a great one.
Sopranos up there with the greatest all time. The Wire, got to throw that out.
Yep.
What else? Handful. Sopranos, The Wire. Those are my top two, I think. Like I said, I like Better Call Saul over Breaking Bad. Most of my favorite shows are they feel like they're very niche and built for me personally. And it's like fair game. 70% of people aren't even going to like these, But in terms of the big ones, the big name brand ones, so to say, the mega caps. Yeah, that's. I don't know. My brain's broken, Jesse. I drive by mountains and I see fib ratios. Everything's traded. I can't turn it off. It's a problem.
You see the clouds and the mountain and the field, and you're like, there it is. It's the fib.
It's I wish I was kidding. No, literally. My old hippie brain goes, the sacred geometry, man. It's all a simulation, man. And then the trader goes, yeah, I'd buy that pullback. And then my girlfriend goes, hello, we're at the beach. What are you doing? Earth to Steve. So
SpaceX
it's a
IPO to launch as soon as IPO options to launch as soon as Tuesday. That is insanely fast, isn't it? Isn't it usually like weeks to months?
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
And for good reason.
Nuts.
I don't know what the good reason is, but I'm sure there is one. I'm sure it's just lack of demand.
And the percentage change is actually again, it's moving in SpaceX. We're at 1851%.
Don't tell me.
It's kind of gone down a little bit in the last little while. I mean, still up 18%, but 18.5%. So, but that's the only bit of information that we actually have. There's no charts or anything.
Yeah, that just seems wild to me.
Hanging, right?
Because we don't know when now all of a sudden, what's the premium on those things that you're going to be able to sell? Ooh, is that going to be my new thing? Am I going to be just a SpaceX premium seller?
Oh, degenerate. You're just betting on all these rocket ships just getting grounded again. You know, what goes up should come down. It doesn't have to stay on the moon. It's probably going to work very well. You might get sweated though. Like, that sounds stressful. Selling options on SpaceX. Oof.
I got filled on my Adobe. Just FYI, I got filled on my Adobe my spread here for, what was it, 35 cents. So entered at $2, got out at 35 cents. So I will take it.
Is that good? Did you buy or sell?
I sold the premium. So I collected $2 in credit, and then I covered for 35 cents. So I made $1.75 per contract.
Well, you're just like so chill about it. I couldn't tell if you were like stoically closing for a bad loss or like. That's amazing. Nice job.
I'm an old man doing this for a very long time, right? It's not. I've had. It's to the point now where it's like I've had 6-figure days that just don't bother me anymore, and it's just like I remember when I started trading, I'd lose like $500 and I'd be like puking, like so. Just talking that's not a brag moment. That's just like if you are freaking out over small amounts of money, just do this long enough, and you won't. Hopefully. You know, you'll be able to.
It's the gift. It's the first time, on the gallows. It's like
exactly. Like eventually, you get desensitized to a lot of it for good or for bad. It's
double-edged sword. I told my girlfriend I'm kind of. She's like, doesn't that bother you? I'm like, well, I'm dead inside. Why would it bother me? I've had emotions beaten out of me painfully. The beatings will continue until the morale goes completely deadline flat. You just got to be a robot about it. But
it also shows, at the same time, you don't, if the emotions were really high every time you want to trade and really low every time, like you lost a big amount, or like, there was, what was the cooking oil crisis of 2025 where the whole market just like
2025
puked for some craziness. If that got you bothered every single time, your health isn't going to be able to deal with this trading, right? At some point you got to look, and it's just me being, I guess, an older man, that I got to worry about that stuff. But like eventually that's going to like legitimately become a problem. So you have to look at it and say, and a lot of people, they worry about the negative emotion of I lost money and it's really bummed. But I think you got to look at the other side just as good, as if every time you make a winning trade, you're super jacked about it. I think you're just as in bad of, because if the high is too high, then the low will be too low. Yeah. If you have a really good trade, you should go great. And it shouldn't really affect your dopamine kind of one way or another, right? It should just be, I did the thing because whatever system or strategy or whatever I came up with told me to do the thing. And it's very easy to say, very hard to do. It's try to align yourself with, did you do the right thing according to your strategy versus whether or not you made or lost money. Like, you should be mad when your strategy said to do this and you didn't do it. You should be happy when your strategy said to do that thing and then you did it. And you should be mad, right? So it's not whether or not you make or lose money, that's just random. Like, so Adobe held that $200 level. We have the chart up here, and it's at 205. That's great. I didn't do that. I didn't cause Adobe to. I took the trade based off of the heightened volatility and how oversold it was already. That's just kind of the setup I'm running with these premium selling. So I am happy that I executed my plan correctly, but the percentage I made on it was great. So
absolutely. And it's not about, it's the trade executed correctly. You sized for this percentage. So it's not like, oh my God, I put half of my port in this thing and it's up 400%. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my God, got to sell right now. Right. It's very measured, very chill. And the same thing, like when I was talking about the options trade I took in the morning, I sold for, what was it? 40% in like 4 or 5 minutes, 7 minutes or something. They went on to go 400%. Or 300%. It's no skin off my back. It happens every day. There's a 400% move every day.
Oh, holy matey!
Hello.
Where's my $400 SpaceX, Josh?
I got the crowbar ready.
Where is it, buddy?
It's coming. It's coming, baby. It's coming. Patience.
Come on, buddy.
Patience.
It's day now. Josh, did you just crack the market? We just reversed. Sound issues. We tried to break out, and then he came on. So careful, danger, Will Robinson. How you doing, Josh?
I'm doing good. Good. It's another fun day in the small caps. Not too much. I mean, enough fun for me to have a good live stream with the fellas and the ladies that joined me, and then now just over here with you guys, waiting for SpaceX, looking to go long. I've got my 23 shares ready to rock and roll.
Beautiful.
Oh, you got some allocation too there. Good.
No, I'm just gonna get in as soon as it opens up.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Okay. Well, money where your mouth is there. I'll take it then. I like that.
I am saying it's going up, and the very first halt we go into, I'll be taking a long position into that explosion, and then I'll be tooting my horn when we go to 470s.
Woo!
470s now.
It is
470s.
Okay, hold on. Let me do some math. So I have 170 shares times 470, 80K. Okay, I'll sell there. I'll sell that to you. I'll be okay with that. That'll be a little less than 4 times my money. I'll take that.
And all I ask is you just send me some of that amazing Canadian syrup that you have, because it's nothing finer than your guys' maple syrup, and I want it.
I'll ship some over, maybe a beer with it.
Ooh,
and
I'm like,
that makes it the most valuable company on earth, right? That makes it like the biggest company to ever exist.
Let's do it, baby. I'm down. I'm down.
Cool.
Hey,
I'm all right with that.
Yeah. Hey, again, this all comes from a little the gut instinct of what we're pulling over from some crazy large cap moves. You make them caps, whatever you want to call them. Big moves. I mean, big moves here recently. Even like today, like AMD, how much we're up today, or ARM, how much we're up today. So if they're moving that much already generally, then you get the INHDs of the world in the small cap space that can go from 1 to 67 in the same day and get T12 out of nowhere because you go from 1 to 67. So you got that. You got the two, essentially, in my opinion, the smalls and the large, just shooting fireworks already like it's July 4th. We're, woohoo, to the moon. I think a lot of those degens as well come over to SpaceX. I just think it's a perfect storm in timing. No PDT rule. I'm calling it right now. Well, like I said, we see what we see. I think we open from, I think we're already seeing that. I said 150 to 200. I think we're getting that. And if it's over 200, I'll say this. I think we see a pullback out of the gate. People are, whoa, what? But in my opinion, it is going to be a Scud missile like a SpaceX launch that have been going good here recently. And we're going to go up. And it's going to be great. But you better take your money while we go up, because SpaceX launches, they don't go up forever. They come back and we see them land on a launching pad, correct? Right. And I think that's what's going to happen. Now, is it today that it lands on the launching pad? I don't think so, but it'll come back. But I think we go up into outer space and have some fun and float around before coming back down.
My broker seems to have crashed on the web version. No, okay, there it is there. But the iPhone, again, just a PSA to, again, trade the pool traders. We have an iPhone app. Download it, even if you're not planning on trading from the app. I understand, like, hey, trading from an app is probably not ideal, but just have it. because it was the same. I looked over at my broker, and the screen was just blank, and I'm like, uh oh. Have your phone app loaded up, ready to go. But I do see it here. But yeah. So I hope you're right. If we rip that high, I will definitely be breaking the rules that they asked me very nicely not to sell these for 90 days. And I said, okay, sure, bud. And then I will, if we go to 4, whatever, I am definitely selling it before 90 days. In fact, if we double, I'm just going to take half off and be a SpaceX owner forever. And we'll see what happens from there. So
love it. Got Tack in the house. Meme, what's up? How we doing? Nigel, some other traders, Yossinger, Evan, how we doing? Evan says, agreed. Yeah, let's go. We're to the moon. And I'm not just being goofy saying to the moon, but I just feel like all the stars have aligned. Again, weirdly how I say that, speaking of a space play. But you know what I mean, where everything just lines up. I think it's the right time for it to get the spike. I think if it was, I don't know, say late 24 into early 25 when the market was kind of, or especially say last summer where we kept running into, or maybe it was late fall when we kept running into the 700 over and over and over. And it was just a really more of a dud time in the market. Maybe not as much, but I just think we've all aligned to where we're hot in the small cap space, and traders are seeing that. And I know they'll want to come over because you think about 1 to 67 and INHDs of the world. We know the TCGLs and the QMs that we've traded here, Nas, where we see a play go to 1 to 100, and those DGens are going, I'll take a dip by at 110. I'm like, a dip by at 110? Well, I mean, so that's not far off from 170 or wherever, SpaceX is going to be at. So if those DGens don't mind going all the way up to 150 or 200 or 300 as QMs and TCGLs have done in a day, I just think those DGens, and again, the good traders of the world like ourselves that know what we're trying to do, at least somewhat know what we're doing, a little bit maybe more than those guys. And so everyone's on it. Like you said, biggest IPO drop ever. It to me just has all the writings for boom, boom, kaboom.
Yeah,
boom,
boom,
kaboom.
kaboom. Yeah, I like that.
Well, while we're waiting, did you guys?
Sorry, what's up?
Did everyone watch I was just while we're waiting for SpaceX. Everyone watched the MicroStrategy video that came out, where the guy was like, "I told you guys not to sell your Bitcoin. That doesn't mean my company won't sell its Bitcoin." And the memes from it are hilarious. That this guy's like just completely undone and backed out. Right.
The worst part is he's right. It's like the worst person made a good point. It's like, yeah, of course he's going to say don't sell. Also, of course, he's obligated to mechanically if the asset, which he doesn't have direct control of, is in a bear market. Like he has obligations to his board, I'm sure, to I don't know what the exact structure is, but like he doesn't. Saylor does not want to sell Bitcoin. That is one thing I do truly believe. I do not think that he's a snake oil salesman in that way. I think there's plenty of ways you could criticize him for being a con artist, but I do think he believes in Bitcoin, which is alarming. But hey, he's probably going to be right, which is the worst part.
And I guess well, so far, right? And I'm on the record. I want a liquidation happen there, right? Where because I have cash. And I will use that cash to buy the crap out of Bitcoin on a liquidation type of event, 100%. But I'm just going through. I'm trying to find any indication of the what is it? The CEO of Twitter, is that the guy Nick something here? Where is it? I just saw. Where was it? Jeez, Nikki whatever. The guy, he's got like the black and white avatar. Nikita Bear.
Oh, Nikita Bear. Yeah.
Yeah, he. I guess he just tweeted a picture of him standing at the Nasdaq podium with SpaceX ready to go. So great,
nice.
That might mean we're getting up there. I haven't. Walter Bloomberg didn't tweet for some time, so we're all waiting, man. Like, hurry up here.
Hey!
Either squeeze or dump.
Thought the SPY was reversing, Steve.
Well, I said, did you crash the market? I was clickbaiting our audience to retain viewers. You're welcome, Josh Smith. I'm just a professional.
All right. Wow. I like it. All right.
Look, meanwhile, and this is the most market thing in the world, that everyone's like, okay, SpaceX, big cap, tech, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, Small caps quietly making a new all-time high, up almost 2% today, just cranking here while just no one's looking, no one's paying attention, right? Don't notice the man behind the curtain. 2,000 of the world's largest stocks are just ripping to new all-time highs as we wait. So
2,000 of the worst stocks. So it's, it's not. What is it? Trash floats last. That's a little spooky.
I feel like as a small cap trader, I should come over and like sound like a DJ. What do you mean they talking trash companies? These are the best.
Oh no, you don't. You're not, Josh. You're not IWM. You're IWC.
Oh,
you live here. This is the micro caps. There is a world lower than basically the stuff your stuff you trade can't even make it to the IWM, right? So it's like they don't even let you guys into like the smallest, crappiest index. They throw you over here into the micro caps. Still doing great today. Look at that. Just having a great day on micro caps.
That's like beyond AAA ball. You're just playing out with some dudes, you know. That's all.
Yeah.
Directly.
What's the Savannah Bananas or whatever those leagues are? What that's that's the league I'm playing in. I play for the Savannah Bananas, and we play games during the game.
You're out in the bleachers lip syncing to you're doing thirst traps on Twitter, on TikTok. Yeah. That's what we fall into. No. You would be a good Savannah Banana, and that is not an insult.
Pat something. I forgot what his first name is. Lead singer of Train. I've seen one of those videos. And we're singing like Train song. Hey, so sister, ain't that? Yeah, we're singing stuff like that in the third inning to get the crowd going into it. Yeah, and then he comes on. We're all doing dances on the field together. Oh yeah, I can see it happening now.
It's like a whole event designed to be my personal nightmare as an introvert. It's like the last thing I would choose to subject myself to.
Well, hey,
but all the more power to you if you like that.
Well, how about that then? We have to, when we have our meetup, like we keep talking about, we're gonna have to get. Hey, San Francisco, you and Nos need to get together. How about this? What would it take? How about this? How about today? What would it take? SpaceX to get to 500 plus, and that means you bank about 100K, Mr. Nos. How about then? That's like me giving you 100K. We'll say wink, wink. How about I give you 100K? How about I give you?
You paying the taxes on it?
That's how that
works. But I want to see you and Steve go to a karaoke bar together and karaoke a song together.
No, but
what is your dignity worth, Michael? That's what he's asking.
Even if
he's asking how much to embarrass the hell out of myself.
But what I will do is I will take Steve out to a very nice restaurant. I'm sure you got some of those over there. I'm assuming
one or two. And in between the human waste on the streets. San Francisco is actually a very lovely place, and I'm looking forward to showing you.
Yeah, for sure. I'll take him out to a very nice Trade the Spool sponsored dinner. We'll do some content there. Maybe you'll get one bar for me. That will be all. I'll just. No singing though. No one wants that. And I'll get banned off the internet.
Yeah, love it.
Oh, Michael, you are so wrong. We all want it, but I'll respect that. That's going to be a good time either way.
So someone's asking
what we're feeling after a drink or two. Maybe I can coax them, but
maybe. People are asking what do I think about SATs, like the satellite company. Now, again, if you guys missed it, I did this presentation where essentially it shows. There was a big study done, and the study kind of points to the fact that when a company goes public, if it's a large enough company, all of the other ones in its kind of orbit or sector get creamed. And so we're seeing that today, right? I did this morning before the market opened. So I hope someone noticed, but right, we got Rocket Lab completely falling. We got space. So the conventional wisdom, even what I had thought initially is that, okay, well, everyone's going to be hyped up about space stuff. So it's great. Then we should all rise together, but it's just not the case. It's just not what the data says. It's one of those that where does the money come from for SpaceX? Well, it often comes from a lot of its competition. So you got to think of ETFs, right? The UFO ETF has to own some SpaceX, and the only way they get the money to do that is by selling a little bit of all of the rest of their holdings. So I'm not jazzed for any of these other space companies, and this is like a one-day event. Who knows what's going to happen? If everything goes up together over the next 6 months, then yeah. But just for today, I'm staying away from the rest of these space companies.
I was wondering if there was a UFO. I was like, there's got to be a
there
tick.
is.
Yes.
There is.
I was like, there's got to be. Yeah. So I was like, okay, I had to put that out there. So yeah, that's another ETF play for the space sector. Yeah. I was like, come on, there's got to be a UFO out there. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I just wanted to add to what Michael was saying, which was all really good stuff. Just that I really just want to brag. I'm really happy with how I played the space trade, which was just doing the run up and taking it early. And I missed about 30-40% off the top. I didn't catch the last blow off part, but I sold higher than they're all sitting at now. And how I was framing it is, all of these space trades, it doesn't really matter what they are. Like, what do I think about PL? What do I think about SATS? What do I think about Rocket Lab? What do I think about ASTS? It doesn't matter. I think they're all space. I think they're all space without the X, And so now we have space with the X. So why would we own these? The only reason we were pumping them was because they were a proxy for space with the X. So for me, it made a lot of sense like that. So, just take it early. I missed a lot, on RDW, it went like 40% without me. But then it dropped like, another 20% past my sell point now. So
yeah,
what
and
can
this
you do,
is
right?
So this is the example I used because we have way more people here than when we started, right? Was Facebook's IPO was probably the best proxy that I could find. And SpaceX IPO, again, was a disaster after the day of. It had only opened 0.5% up the day of. And then this is LinkedIn, which doesn't exist anymore, and Groupon, which might not exist anymore. Yelp, I think so, still, and Zynga, and these are all the social medias that existed in 2012 when Facebook came out, and they all just cratered. And it's just because this is where the money came from to buy this, right? If you're going to own a space stock, it kind of makes sense to own the best one, and part of that is the ETF stuff that I talked about. The other part of it's career risk. Imagine if you are you're a hedge fund manager. And you're like, yeah, we're participating in the space one. We own Club Shido, tiny space whatever company. That's going to be really hard to do to your investors. But if you're like, yeah, we own space companies. I bought SpaceX. Okay, that makes sense. Even if it's a bad trade, you're like, we have exposure to SpaceX. Ooh, wow. Another tweet comes through. From Walter Bloomberg, SpaceX indicated to open at 151. So now we've gone from 175 to this number is going the wrong way. We're opening up down lower 10 and points lower.
I wonder if that has something to do with it. I wonder which one's moving which. Who's wagging who here?
It's going the wrong way.
Yeah, it's bad number. I want good number. Come on.
Yeah, me and Michael both intuitively are pointing up no.
Yeah, good number. Please. Good number.
Please. Oh my!
I don't like that. I don't like that, Josh. Josh, I don't like that, Josh.
I said 150 to 200. Come on, I gave 150 to 200. Listen, I get I don't like it. Every Sunday. I get to see the crystal ball from Thanos. Okay, he gets me. I get 5 minutes with it. I got to cover small caps or my micro caps, right? I forgot about SpaceX. I'll forget to the last 4 seconds that I had that ball, and I said I saw 150 to 200, and it went to 475. So there, you got to take it or leave it for what I got. Okay, I had 4 seconds.
At the end of the day, if it's 475, I don't care where it opens up at. But this is, you got to remember that 135 price is. It's the only price we have right now. So it's obviously going to be important for everybody. But also, it's, looking at my account, that's when the P&L goes from green to red. That's when a lot of people might want to potentially jump ship, right? They might see it getting to 135 and they're like, man, I'm not making any money at this at all. Get me out. So that if we do now, when we're at 175, I'm like, that's a far drop to challenge that price. But that's also the price where regardless of what happens, that is an IPO failure, right? If the people who own the company, they own it around 135, that's when you could look at that and say, yep, that's a failure. That's not something that you want to see happen. So yeah, that's interesting. But generally leading up to these IPOs, You want to see so much hype that the price is like appreciating and people are bidding higher and higher and higher. You don't want to see this action. And come on, when is it? Now we're talking 10%, right? If I sell on the opening print, I'll have made 10% on my money, which is, again, I'm not gonna be mad at a 10% gain, but that's a lot of effort, I guess, and time to be sitting here for a smaller gain like that. So you can see that's getting reflected immediately on Hyperliquid here.
I'm reading that the Nasdaq announces that it expects a quote-unquote few more hours before SpaceX shares can begin trading. This is about 20 minutes ago. Apparently, additional time is needed to ensure the IPO is orderly, quote-unquote, and that we get the right price, the Nasdaq president says. So it's going to be a little bit longer. Yeah, it's going to be a little
Guys, I'm getting the tingles. I don't like this. I think they're going to rug us.
Like it all.
I don't like how this is progressing here. Liquidity's drying up on the day. They're starting to be like, actually, that's spooky. That's spooky. If we have a sec, I'd love to just show something real quick on my chart. Basically, more flowers for Steve. Whoa, big candle, big candle. All right, even better, guys. Okay, so here's what we got. We got this path. We are drawing, we are waiting. We are seeing the pop after we break the double bottom. We gravitate up through the magnet. We wanted to see a close over the confluence. We wanted to see this node progress to be bigger than this node. We wanted these calls to be monetized and them to be rolled up, especially to this 7475 node here. What we're seeing is a little bit of stalling here. You know, obviously the headlines from SpaceX that Michael's mentioning, they're going to impact liquidity, you know, as people have these discussions that we're having right now. You know, we got, wow, like 650 people at least in here. That's awesome, by the way. There's a lot of other streams doing the same thing, and we're all deliberating. We're all wondering what this means for indices short term, and as we buy and sell these puts and calls, the market has to dynamically hedge them. So what I want to see is basically what we just saw in the past minute. I want to see a continued, basically, I want to see the market buying dips as we come up through some of these zones into positive gamma, which is over this yellow zero gamma. We should be in a supportive regime where dips are bought. So more price action like this flag where, okay, there's a dip, it gets absorbed. There's a dip, market makers are buying into the selling pressure. Whereas under zero gamma, like all of the price action from last week here, pardon me while I battle lag, all of this stuff, you would get big pops, but they'd be sold off very consistently. And that's how price action happens in zero gamma. The market makers sell into the moves and accelerate them. It's like fuel. So that's what we're watching for today. We want to see if we can continue to find support. I think probably we need to. This is one area of interest, the point of control, or at least the top volume node. But I'm seeing the big magnet down here. I'm seeing the literal magnet on my indicator pointing lower too. So I think we need to pull back about 10 points, and that's where we're really going to be watching and seeing if support is going to hold and put in a higher low, maybe here, maybe undercut it to 416 or so, 415. Very worst case 7400, but really that's pushing it, you know, to retest zero gamma from that level. It's just a little bit spooky with everything that we've got playing out and how it's progressing in terms of the times of day, guys. I don't like to see this kind of sketchiness happening right when liquidity is drying up on the market, because, well, we ran into a level and then this is hitting the tape and people are like, I'm going to take my money and run. So a little bit spooky. I wanted a little bit more, as you can see from my path here, but I'm pretty happy with this path, again, drawn from right there. So that's what I got. I'm going to keep updating you with more gamma exposure as that kind of progresses and we see these nodes flip. Those are the meaningful kind of flips that I'll be letting y'all know in, but that's what we got in the gamma corner today.
Nice. Rocket Lab is falling off the edge of a cliff. It has been nothing but red candles for the last several minutes. I'm in a short with that right now.
Nice. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Good question from Tack. What stock is being sold off more to fund SpaceX? What do you think, Michael? Again, do you think it's just a group of them, or you think there's a couple that are really
all of them?
Yeah, probably a group. Right. It's not that like now that this company exists that the other businesses suck or anything. It's not like there's any, any change there that took place. It's just more of it's a fund flow thing. We've got to sell this to buy this. The money's got to come from somewhere. So that's, why you've seen like Micron rip where NVIDIA's done nothing. And that's why you've seen what Marvell rip while Nvidia's done nothing. Is just you've got to transfer from one to the other. Now, once that's all settled, it's probably going to just start acting like any other industry in which, if you fast forward 6 months from now, you have a good space day, all the space stuff goes up. You have a bad space day, all the space stuff goes down. That's generally what happens a couple months from now. And it just takes a little bit, right? So, it's also, we got to remember that SpaceX isn't just space stuff, right? The mechanics of the company, as I understand it, are that the launches break even. The launches don't make or lose money. The Starlink actually makes decent amounts of money because they've got revenue coming in and everything. And then you've got this massive loser, which is XAI. And that's the thing that people are betting on for the future. So you got to take this and you got to put it as a space company. But I think you also have to lump it in now with Microsoft and Anthropic and all these things, because at any point, if they wanted to turn SpaceX into a profitable company, they could just shut off that CapEx spigot. They could just go, okay, we're dialing back the amount that is being hit by nothing happening on the AI front, but we're still launching things into space and people are still buying internet from us. So we've got a pretty decent business there. Now, it's not a $1.7 trillion business, but yeah, so it's kind of like it's got these three silos that you have to look at. And that's the thing with all of these mega cap companies. It's one thing to say, Apple is a company that sells phones, until you actually look into it. Like the AirPods is like bigger than Netflix. If you just took the AirPods that they sell and you spin it out, they make more money than Netflix. And like the watch is bigger than Walmart and stuff like this. Like all of these companies are really like 50 different companies all put together.
Michael, really quick, just because Apple's such a great example of this, one of the biggest and best examples, you could mentally spin off their payments, just the fees they collect in their store. That's a huge component of their business, and that's not what most people think of when they think of Apple. It's Macs and iPhones. It's those scuba goggles that I couldn't think of the name of. No, it's So yeah, there's a lot of leverage for these mega caps to pull. Is definitely something worth noting there. Sorry to cut in there.
Oh, you're good.
No, and that's just why everyone gets like real mad at these companies for being like going up so much. They just don't understand it. But it's like you're not trading one company. You're trading 10 different companies. And same with SpaceX. This isn't launching things into space. This is launching things into space and selling people internet. And, a lot of the like airplane internet and stuff like that is coming from it. Plus, yeah, someone's mentioning national security with SpaceX. If that's correct. Hold on 1 second. I've got push notification. CNBC says SpaceX to start trading in 5 minutes.
What?
Woo! Someone on my live stream said noon and at 1:50. So, so that's noon would be in 18 minutes. 5 minutes isn't 5 minutes. So hopefully here coming up soon, we're gonna get some excitement. I feel, you know what it feels like? I feel like all of a sudden we moved to the front of the line. We've been yapping it up for this roller coaster we want to ride. And we're like, shit, we're actually toward the front of the line.
Yeah, we're getting close. Everyone's sat up a little bit there after a long stream.
Posture check, boys. Posture check. Get hydrated. Get ready.
A good one.
I messed with my coffee over here. I was just having this is a bit of a marathon one. I'm gonna have to ask our fearless leader there, Josh, at some point. I need a little time off after this. I'm clocking in the overtime, but I've just been here. But it's one of those. It's the cool thing about what we do at Trade the Pool.
As soon as we hit 470, you're off. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. There's a quota. Nice. Back to the mines.
He hired traders, right? Michael Katz, when he brought us all on. It wasn't like I want someone like that can talk well and present the news and necessarily just alone. And looking at this crew, I don't think he hired really any of us for our looks. It was, hey, you guys.
Whoa.
Hey, I brought myself into that too. So But it's like, yeah, I want people who trade the market, because I always like, people are like, well, you know, I'd be here anyway. I'd be staring at this computer, watching these things tick up and down anyway. On SpaceX Day, I'd be sitting here waiting. I've got my allocation. I'd be waiting to see what happens with it. So it's just cool. And I think that's what makes for a good environment with this, right? So I'm going to do the YouTuber thing and say, hey, listen, you know, do the subscribe, do the follows, do the likes, do the comments, say hi in chat, all that. That will tell the algo that you like what you see. And next time you log on to YouTube or Twitter or wherever you're hanging out at, it'll go, oh yeah, you watched the stream last time and you interacted with it. So now let's see if CIBC
if we don't get 700 likes, we don't get to eat. We have to work 24 hours straight if we don't get these likes, guys. I'm begging you. It's
that slave driver.
Question. He says, "Do you think it's better to put a market order to get the best price?" I don't know, and I don't think I don't think market is the best way to get in. I think maybe a limit order. Right, Steve? He's shaking your head.
Dangerous.
Well, I get nervous because I don't want to be presumptuous, but this sounds like maybe this is an event that's bringing you to the stock market to some degree or another. I would be very cautious about just hitting market order on a new IPO. There's a lot of FOMO. I don't know. I also don't want to say don't buy it and then it might go up a lot and you might have just crushed that trade without my leaning on you there. So this is not financial advice. Just be real careful with the market orders because that just gets you in right now at whatever the price is, whatever the spread is. That's chaos. I like the limit order idea. Where? I don't know, dude. It's going to be hard. The 135 is a logical place because that was a level that they had talked about, right? I just worry about buying dips blindly on this. I would need to see proper structure form to buy a dip because otherwise I could be buying into a liquidity event. And that's scary.
Yeah, market orders. Well, and let's just say, for example, just the spread alone. Let's say it opens at, what was the last number, like 150. Yeah. That could mean the bid is 150 and the offer is 152, 153, 154. And then if you're hitting market, you're hitting that bid. What I would do is decide what price. If you're really, really want it on the open, and I'm not going to tell you what to do or what not to do, but if you really like it on the open, it looks like 151-ish is where it's going to happen. You could set out a 160 limit and hit the button and let it go to 160. You could do that very easily. And what that is saying is 160 or lower. So then if the spread opens up or something crazy, we are live.
We're live.
We're live at 151. Did we halt already?
No, we're live. 135. It shows a wick down on my end of things. It's showing one.
Oh, there we go.
You're going. So, it's on.
All right. I see 151. I see 150.
Yeah, spread's pretty tight too. Spread's not near as big as I thought it would be. So we are seeing the spread right around 50 cents, sometimes up to $1, but not as big as I thought it would be. Like Michael was just saying, could be up to $3 or $4. It's not. Luckily, we're sticking around $1 or less. Not nearly the movement we're getting out of the gate here.
Oh, there we go. There we go. We're starting to see. Oh, wow. These are big candles, guys. I mean, not in terms of price range, but
yeah. Look at the volume here. We've already done 65 million shares. This thing's existed for 5 seconds. So we're 153, 154. Let's go to a 1 minute. Or let's go tick chart. Oh, nope.
Nope. Get out of there. That's going to be chaos.
Yeah, tick charts. Way too much. Yeah, so this is it. We're going. So that's 153 we're sitting at right now. I'm going to switch kind of back and forth between that and this one because it's a little bit just easier to process here on TradingView. So this is our current and the bid and ask right here. So yeah, you're talking like, 10 to 30 cents. And on a $150 stock, that's not too bad. So far, things are not falling apart and they're looking good, but yeah, someone's saying holy volume. The volume is absolutely insanity.
Guys, I want to say before things get crazy, don't succumb to the FOMO. If you're going to trade it, trade small, trade safe. This will not make or break your trading career unless you blow up today. That's the only way it makes or breaks your
shares right now. Trade the pool. I'm in with 100 shares.
Oh, so there's there's my allocation. So there's the right. I said I'd show you this. So 26, so up 4, 3 to 4K right now. Josh promised me 100, so I'll keep checking back to see if that number hits 100. But so far, it's been pretty much off to the races. There's been no real pullback to say. That just launched again at a really weird time and just started going from there.
The market is absolutely just getting liquidity sucked. It's so funny to watch. There's 2 red candles on SPX just from the second that SPY opened. We're literally selling everything to buy this. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. How's this going to end? I don't know. But I'm just excited because we're witnessing history here, guys. This is the most hyped, the highest volume, the craziest IPO in the history of IPOs.
That's nuts.
Pretty wild.
Adelaide asked about what do we think about Tesla if anyone wants to drop in on Tesla attacks as Tesla flops. So
Tesla's getting beat like a Oof, that's rough.
Well, you think about it, right?
If when there's the shinier one,
right. And well, if you're a Elon Musk guy, you got to own both, and that means you got to sell probably some Tesla to buy some SpaceX, right? And that's just what we're seeing. Steve mentioned just across the board, you've got to sell one to own the other, and
it's kind of like,
unfortunately, can't have both.
Sorry, it just made me think of, remember when there was that kind of they were trying to pump 2 meme stocks at the same time? It was Open Door and something else. And the liquidity every time they tried to pump the other would crash because there was not enough liquidity for both. First red candle ever on SpaceX is trying to post here. We got 27 seconds to save it. So far, first resistance is over 160 here. Sorry to jump in there, but I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew here. This is wild.
This is how we talked about potentially trading it, momentum trading it, this would be your kind of 5-minute opening range break now. So, you ignore this candle all the way down to 134. That's the IPO price I think they include there. But, right, so a decent trade here you could watch would be a break of 163 and a stop around 150. And at least you have something to anchor yourself to. Now you have something, you're not just blindly chasing something hoping it works, and you have something to size yourself based off of. You're risking roughly $10 a share, so you can sit back and you can crunch that numbers and you can say, okay, well, $10 a share gets me around XYZ for risk, and you can have a game plan, because the worst thing you can do is go into these things without game plans and without stop losses and any of that, and you end up having a real bad time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm having a green day now. That was good.
Nice.
That was a good. Yeah, I was in. I got stopped out, but I definitely that was definitely a good trade.
Nice work.
Good stuff. Man, this is pretty wild. It's like, it feels like we're in the eye of the storm. Like, it's like right in the center. It's like, hold steady, boys, hold steady. Which way we're gonna break? I don't know. My gut says up, just because I want to see fireworks. I'm really just so curious to watch. I got on my screen, I'm watching SPX and SpaceX, which is funny, very similar tickers. And I want to see what they both do together when they start decoupling. Like in the beginning, they decoupled, SPY was being sold to sell, and then you see the bottom for SPY was the red candle here for SpaceX. I want to see if there's a decoupling, if SpaceX can make a new high and bring SPY along for the ride this time, or if, basically what the interplay is there. Because I'm not going to pretend like I even know how this mechanically is going to work in practice.
And don't forget about
cool science experiment.
Don't forget about the earnings challenge prediction. You can find the link in the chat. So yeah, check that out. We have an earnings challenge, and we're giving away a 25K eval. Predict the earnings. What is SpaceX going to close at today?
That's the next.
Yeah, we are up over 100 million in shares done, and this thing, again, is just a couple minutes into its lifespan, and we're up to knocking on the door of 100 million in shares or in trade. So this is going. It's juiced. Let's see if we can get through that high. Have you done anything yet, Josh? Or you said you were going to pop it on the open. Do you end up doing that?
Yeah, so I'm in long right now. I'm only in 23 shares, so I'm in right now for the move up. I'm just going to hold this throughout the day and see if 150 stop loss for me, and I'm just going to hold this. I don't know that we're getting 470 now. We may get 200. I will revert to
Oh, wow.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Well, I'm just saying, looking out of the gate, but okay. Okay, yeah, okay. You can give me a liquor, but I listen. I still think there's a long shot this can get going. But usually out of the gate, I like to see some halting, some really parabolic movement. This has so much volume that the fact that it hasn't halted, I don't know that it will, because it's not like it's going to get any more volume than it's already had previously, right? Probably so. I think we still pour with volume. I think this play goes up. Watch for this to go to 200 on the day. Again, I am long for this. I said I would out of the gate, 23 shares, just something small. So I'm in this for sure. I think we get 175 before we see some sort of a decent sized pullback. So watch for this to continue up to 175 before we maybe see a $5 to $10 pullback. And here we go. We continue to kind of pour here. Just going through previous levels. When I see these tickers move through levels, again, I know this is a new IPO play, so it has to go to like those. Again, my micro caps, they've never seen 150 unless it's been reverse split, so generally most likely it hasn't. So when you see 150, generally the next level is 175. Over 175, you'll make the push to 200. So I think those are the two levels that are 100% locked for yourself, Michael, and anyone else that is investing into this play. Again, I'll probably start trimming some shares at 175, but I do like this for continuation for sure.
Guys, really good stuff there, Josh. I just want to say it's doing the thing. I'm Leo DiCaprio pointing at my screen. We just engulfed the highest 1 minute candle in terms of volume that I've seen in quite a while. I don't have the actual numbers for you. I'm too excited to go find them, but this is the biggest volume candle here, the first red candle that we saw. We flipped it, so that means those shorts, all the volume of people trying to short it right off the rip here, they are having to start to close out and adding fuel to the fire. That's why we saw that surge. We're seeing the pullback happen right where it should, at the 127 fib, very clean. What we want to see is this get eaten through, big bottom wick, maybe one or two more 1 minute candles, then surging up to Josh's first level there at 170. Well, he said 175. I'm going to say 172.50 to 175, that kind of zone. Call it 170. 172.50, then 180 is kind of where I think we're headed here. If we can get the traction through here, which is doing the bottom wick. It's acting perfectly. Back tested the high of the range. Let's push, baby. There it goes.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yeah, push right here. Push. Give me 170. Give me 170 real quickly. Come on, give it to me. Give it to us, baby. So I'm just looking at this just based on other previous charts when I see them, and I think it's just it's got the fun, but it doesn't. It's not fully giving me what I want. You know, I wanted the full fun. Yeah. I just want to be completely transparent and honest. I'm like, man, I was hoping I was thinking out of the gate we'd see 175 to 200 right out of the gate. Right with those first 2-3 candles. We're getting the volume I expected, but I think this is just slowly moving into the stock that it's going to become, you know, where we may see, we could see $20, $30, $40 days out of the gate become irregular, maybe even bigger. Will it be that way 10 months to a year from now? I doubt it. I think it'll come. We'll know the average range on this a few months from now. The first month, 2, 3, it's going to have average range. I don't think it will have years from now is my point.
Well, and listen, if you are a long-term investor, again, I just got the allocation because I figured there was a very low chance that this thing was going to open below 135, right? And I'm like, at the very least, I could just dump it on the open. Like, I could move on with my life. I haven't touched anything yet. As someone who might want to now hold this so I don't get blacklisted from the IPO thing, you don't want a crazy move up, because if you get a quintupling of a rip higher in the single day, then there's just more likely that it's going to crash and get under that IPO price. Just think of, just go look at Newsmax and Webull and these kind of things that IPO'd, just went parabolic and then just crashed right back down. If you are an actual true SpaceX investor and that you want this thing to become an investor, and that's your thing, you want to own this for years because you think it's a good thing, you kind of want it just to, maybe have a 20-30% up day and then chill out and just hang out up here and create a new base and show that there's real demand for this thing, not just, a flash in the pan of people trying to make a couple bucks.
We got the first crack here. Let's see if it holds or not.
On that 9 EMA.
Yeah. And Steve, Steve and Jesse, what's that number I always bring up? Doesn't matter what's in front of it, but what is the starting 3 numbers I always bring up?
Oh no, pop quiz, I'm failing.
875. It doesn't matter if it's 2875, 2 whatever. Look at the high of day, 168.75. I promise you're going to see this more often if you just watch it. It doesn't matter what numbers are in front of it, whether it's 228.75. 558.75, 968.75. I don't know what it is with that 875 all the way down to small caps. it's this weird, natural, magical number that gets brought up. I don't know if you know any more about it, but I have no idea why I see that happen so often. And today in SpaceX probably has no reason, but still, just how ironically the high of day is at 875.
Yeah, and yeah, so if it closes right here, like let's say this is all it does today. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. There's probably going to be way more to it, but you can put that as kind of a double IPO success. Is people bought off the open, they made money. People who got their allocation, they made money. Everybody's happy. So I would not be surprised if this does get to 200, but as long as it is above 151, then that's kind of okay. We made everyone happy. And we got to remember this 30% move mark, because that is a share lockup condition that only gets alleviated when it hits that 30% up move. So there's going to be kind of every power on earth to try to get this thing moving in that direction, because you get to sell, I think it's like either 5% of your shares if you're an OG investor when it gets and moves up 30%, which again, I don't know if that's something that's common. I haven't seen that before, in which there's a performance metric to a lockup period. Then the other milestones we have to look at is it joins MSCI, I believe tomorrow or Monday. Options launch on Tuesday, which is wild to me. And then 15 days from now is when it gets listed in the Qs. So that's when you get kind of underlying QQQ demand. And that's where I think it just locks up with the correlation of the market, because now it's part of the market, and a pretty decently sized market component after that is the moment that happens. So you go, okay, now, well, we're just part of the market now.
All right, guys. I know you guys have been around for the longest. You stick around as long as you want. I know you've been covering this forever. I know yourself, Nas. You're like, okay, I'm wearing out Steve, Jesse. Do y'all have a certain time that you want to keep going live till, or you want to call it, Michael? You can. I just was kind of throwing that out there because I know you're well over time, and I promised you 475, and now I've lowered it to 200, and so expectations.
I know that's so lame. Why don't we do another half hour, huh? Does that sound good for everyone? That just gives us another. Yeah. I figure by then that's when, if there was going to be something crazy, I'm doing good. I'm taking it. I got my coffee here. I am going to step out for just a second again, because I have been slamming coffee all morning, and
I'm on. Right, me and Michael are all synced up, so I'm gonna go refill the coffee and empty the bladder.
We'll leave it to J&J just for
brief J&J show. Love it.
Beautiful. I've taken two trades on this.
Oh, really?
Taken two. Yep.
Good move.
Yep. And they've both been good. They've and right now I'm just watching. Are we going to hold above VWAP, or are we going to go below it? So I don't know. I mean, we're tapping it now. We are tapping.
I think we make a move back down to this one that previous the small pullback we had down to 156. I would imagine if we crack through 160 here. We'll go back down to that 156 dip area and I have my upper and lower VWAP bands really flattening out, and when I see these things are really good at keeping me in tune of what this play is going to do. I think this play is going to start to range bound. I think we're going to find a bottom here soon, and we're going to stay with that top at 168.75 for a little bit, and I would say maybe in an hour or maybe a little bit longer than that from now, which again, stick around, because me and Steve are going to come back for Power Hour for you guys so we can see the closing print price and have that covered. And so everyone will know really, hey, who won? You'll have a chance to kind of look and zoom in with us here on, of course, like Jesse was saying, you have the last giveaway of the day so far, a chance to win a 25K eval. The description there, of course, in the chat, we've had it all day. What's the closing print price for SpaceX? Well, we'll know here in just a few hours. We will be covering that. So join us back here. What's that? 3 hours from right now, we'll start afternoon Power Hour commentary, and we'll go live for an hour to close up the week. Usually me and Steven and I do a week recap. That usually starts in about an hour from now. We're not going to do that today. We're covering SpaceX solely for you guys, and that's it. Really hardcore, obviously, as you've seen all morning long, and then we'll take a break for a little while. Steve and I will come back for Power Hour to close up shop for the day.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I can't believe it's Friday. That was the fastest week.
Hey, next week will be just as fast, as we're off on Friday for Juneteenth. So traders that are looking to trade or do trade or whatever it might be on Fridays, well, on Friday we will be having our live stream up for you all on Friday or next Friday. So Juneteenth, I know it's off, and most traders will have the day off, and so it'll be a nice short week, Jesse, when it comes to trading. But next Friday, we're going to go live for just a little bit. I don't know how long yet. We haven't worked out all the details and what time we'll start. Main two things we'll be covering there would be Trading World Championship. We'll know then who the winner is of the final round next week. And then secondly, we'll have Juneteenth sales going on, 10% off. So we'll want to make sure that you guys take advantage and part of that.
Beautiful. I'm going to go grab some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Some random analysts I've never heard of. CFRA initiates coverage of SpaceX with a target of 115 a share. You couldn't have done that 10 minutes ago. You had to do it like right when the market's hilarious to me. But this is going the wrong way. It's supposed to be going the other way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people maybe taking some profit right out of the gate. I mean, I don't know if there are traders like yourself that got that 135 handle and they're going, all right, I was hoping they were, again, probably thinking my thought process when we're seeing new highs at 168.75. Okay, let's go 170s. Okay, let's go 175. And we didn't get that, and now we start to see a little bit of selling. And like I said, those degens, they are quick to pull that sell button, and they will start firing those Fox 1, Fox 3, Fox 5, whatever missiles away. And so that's why I liked right out of the open, right there, just get in at 150 if you can. I think anywhere in that area would be the good entry price. That way you find a good base and bottom, and you just hold through that for the rest of the day. And then if you get in after that, then I can see a lot of these people pulling the trigger and getting in, getting out. Like I was just telling Jesse, I think we consolidate here for a little while anyway. Had our fun, quick little 30, 40 minute, we'll have our quick little 30, 40 minute fun, then we sit down and consolidate. I wouldn't be surprised in 2 hours from now. That's why I want to keep our live stream up all day. We want to keep our eyes on this, go live in Power Hour. Steve and I will, because I could see this squeezing at some point in the day. It just opened up. It's not like this. This kind of reminds me of a lot of small cap traders, especially, or even large cap traders, but especially small cap traders. Opening bell, they want to trade. I'm like, hey, you've got all day for the big moves to come. I mean, you think about INHD on Monday. INHD didn't get really parabolic until later in the morning. MNTS from a few weeks ago, it was like 2 hours after the opening bell until it went really crazy. So it's not, it isn't always right out of the gate. We see the volume, we have that, yeah, but it isn't like we have to go parabolic right out of the gate. So that's why it's always patience for me.
Well, and yeah, it's the weak hands or the people who are just like, I want to dump on the open, like those kind of people, you get them out of the way, right? And you see where's the real demand, because you better believe that large institutions aren't, punching in right off the open. They're not saying I'm going to put in a market on open order and let it rip. That's something us retail traders can get away with. That's not something the big guys can get away with. So, the big guys will start to look for dips and start to buy into dips, and they'll start to, so when you start to see it get a floor, that's where institutions have stepped in. Okay, say we need to be part of this now. We're not going to chase it on the way up, because if they did, then you would start to get the kind of the mania. So again, I still haven't done anything. I'm still holding all 170 shares. I would love a double. Like that would be the easiest decision point for me, because then you sell half and I just go, okay, well that's for the grandkids. Get a nice little pop here, trying to get back through VWAP. But yeah, that's geez, I'm just seeing all the people trading it, but it's an interesting price action, because it's acting just kind of like a normal kind of stock, like something I would expect it to do, where it's pulling back nice and chill, and now we're rallying up here into highs there on SpaceX. So
and a perfect dip area too, like I talked about. We were just right when you took your break. I said watch for a sweep down under 160 to that 156. The first true pullback, the only small one we had earlier in the day was that 4 minutes in. We came from 163 back down to 156, popped to new highs. Where do we go back down to? 156, and we're popping back off. But this is listen, it just shows you how bounce plays. This is what I've been trading since 2017, 2018. And a new, fresh IPO play that's this volatile and has that much volume, that's what I'm looking for. That first sweep down, like little Anas was talking about, that probably maybe in the first step where institutions were getting in on that pullback and big people at that 156. I have it off a couple of new. I know they're new, but the VWAP 9 right off of it, boom, up to new high. Well, where do traders see that at? When they see that dip from earlier, they're going right back down to it. And if I wasn't already long at 152.30, then I would have gotten in more there. I just want to have that low entry. I'm like, I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to go bigger anyway. I'm already in it's max 23 shares that I want to go. But that was a perfect dip, and now look at us rip from it.
Well, and as somebody who traded in the hedge fund or was worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, I can guarantee you they're not chasing breakouts. Just not the way these guys trade. It's not the way the big guys trades, right? They're too big. They would, if they were buying a breakout, they would cause the thing just to rip and they'd get awful prices. So hedge funds buy pullbacks. It's how they get filled on their shares. They're like, we like this at whatever price. So on the way down, they're the ones that are just spattering out bids in like small little increments spread all over the place and just eating up any demand that kind of takes place. And that's just so far what I see happening here is you had the big surge up, you had a little bit of a pullback, you had to pull back into the 150s. Looks like that's where it kind of found its floor. So now you've got, and we talked about this, is you don't want to chase these things off the open because you don't have the price action. Now you've got some price actions. You got a high at that 167. You got a low at kind of 155. You got levels to play off of. You can buy it if you want to buy on pullbacks. You can buy the breakout if we break out to new highs of the day. You can do all that kind of stuff. And the most important thing is you can position size yourself, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, they're saying, whoa, that can't be right, can it?
What happened? What is it?
SPCL is live today.
What?
SPCL.
It's live today?
Yes, it is. No shot.
Guys, if this is the top, there were signs. All I'm going to say.
No shot it is. I got it off. It's not doing anything, though. Just it's define space to...
Yeah, I'm not having time. It's halted. It was live earlier, but now it's not live anymore.
Did they get in trouble for launching a little too early?
Yeah.
Did they get a little? It's not moving right now, but it traded today. At some point, it stopped at what 9:45.
That's so bizarre. Who's getting fired?
That's interesting.
Someone's getting fired.
And Josh disappeared. He got
fired. Maybe it was Josh. I'm back.
That is, yeah.
Now they heard me go over like, oh no, everyone's getting in trouble for they were taking me down.
There's some funny business afoot here.
I have no information to back this up, but they probably saw this trading, and someone from the SEC said, "Listen, guys, you only got to wait a day." We only made you wait one single day, and you can't do that. Get out of here. You're halted.
Have some decorum. Come on, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy that there could be that little oversight where it's like, how is that possible? Let alone, like, how is that a decision that an ETF could make? I don't know, but here we are. Pushing that 163 initial zone.
Yeah. Looking for 164. There, it's
trying to break over a little base here.
I gotta let my dog in, but I'll be right back.
Ooh, let the dog in. There you go. There you got a sing. I did a sing. Yeah, you happy? Hey, you should that's all you're getting. So you get the single sing.
There we go. I'll take it. I'll take it.
We're looking good here.
Yeah.
Right? So this is this orange line is VWAP. So this is going to be the VWAP from the opening price because that's just what it is. We sold through it. Now we're back through and look, these last couple of candles came in, tapped VWAP here twice, and a little bit of a strong candle off that VWAP point. If I was a discretionary trader, I'd probably punch in here and I'd probably put a stop down there. That's probably how I'd do it. But I am not a discretionary trader because that probably won't work.
I just went long on the 164. Looking for more.
All right. Looking for more, baby. We'll look for about a pop here probably coming up soon. If we get through 165, we'll see 167 or so again. So 165, just a natural number. You can see it's kind of touching into that and having a little bit of, not that we've had anything today. It just always is every 5, it seems like, with these plays. I don't get it, but it's just that now I say I get it. I mean, that's again like.
Sorry, what happened on SPY? What in tarnation just happened on SPY? Big old candle.
Big pop.
Ooh. Michael Noss needs his kids to eat this weekend, so I'm trying to get freaking SpaceX, and I'm getting all the answers. I'm trying to get them up this weekend. I'm doing my best over here. It's a lot of weight. But Jesse, look for that squeeze here soon. I like this honestly to 175 still. I think we still get it. So let's get that pop through 165. I'm all about it. Of course, Michael's doing the best. He's down at 135. He's sitting real pretty right now.
Hyper.
Yeah, to be honest, this price action makes me want to hold the stock way more than ripping, halting, doing all that craziness, because it is holding. I know that I can probably, if it holds today, I could comfortably put in a stop at 135, and I could just be a SpaceX investor. Like if it were ripping to like 300-400 by the end of the day, I'm selling most of my shares. I'm taking the quick profit and I'm moving on. But this is controlled. There's been no halts. This has been fine. Yeah, this makes me more interested to say, shit, I got a really good price on this. Maybe I should just give it a shot and just put out a stop loss right at that price and go, whatever. It's of my net worth. It's not a huge, if I lost half of the value of that position, I would be like slightly mad for a weekend. It's not a huge amount of my trading account. So I'll go, okay, well, let's give it a shot. Where again, if it was, and this is why parabolic up moves generally do parabolic down moves, because people are just so excited to hit the button and punch their shares, right?
Exactly.
Oh, that's what's ripping the SPY.
Averages there, by the way.
Wait, let me load this up. Pakistan PM Prime Minister, I guess. Final agreement upon text of peace deal between Iran and U.S. has been reached.
Yes, that is definitely the one that moved the market. We also had, just a minute before that, is from the Israeli military, 2 suspicious aerial targets were impacted an area where its forces are operating in southern Lebanon. No damage or injuries reported. So I had to read that to make sure that was not the one that moved it. Definitely the Pakistan one, yeah. They had happened within 1 minute of each other. So we're getting continuation here. I wanted to just tack on to what Michael was saying, because this is very constructive, and also what gives me a lot of good vibes here, SPY is not dumping. It pulled back, and now it's looking very strong. We've got a nice little catalyst, and basically I'm looking for the pressure to keep cooking these shorts across the market. I'm watching my bros pulled back a little bit from the big move, Michael, and I think it's just because that high short interest, maybe shorts were kind of piling back in going, hey, all right, we got the recent swing high, we got the SpaceX IPO, maybe all shorts jump into everything again. But that's not what we're seeing, and so maybe they back off my baby and give me some room to breathe here with the bros. So I'm liking this just market wide. SPY's pushing up. It doesn't seem like SpaceX is going to be the liquidity event that tanks the world like I was seeing a whole lot of, and that means there's a lot of puts that we can burn. That's what I'm seeing.
So quickly, this is probably the tweet of the year for me so far. So again, we talked about this while you were away. It's this random company spent like 2 minutes after SpaceX went live, initiated covered with a sell ratings of 155. And then there's QCaps. If anyone remembers this from the Dave Chappelle days.
There we go.
Player hater of the year. I chuckled too much on that. But we're starting to get out of the space now on SpaceX. Maybe we're going to take a little reach there at highs.
It's looking very strong in this little launch pad that it's building up. I like Jesse's 164 entry there. I like Michael's 135 a little better, but hey, we take what we can get. And yeah, it's looking very, very strong here. I want to see what it does when it interacts with the highs, because that's going to be the make or break, obviously, for the range. And if we can kind of get past that, remember that was that 1.27 extension of the initial kind of couple minute range, that 5 minute range, we can call it. So I'm just waiting for more data, basically. Me, I'm a numbers guy. I just get the numbers, then I run it through Grok once or twice, and then that's how I engage with the world. I want to see the numbers. Show me the money. Show me a print high on this swing, and then I think we expand up to that 175. We can just keep on building upwards and outwards, as long as it's constructive, right?
And if you think about people who trade systems, what do they have to go by on SpaceX right now, right? If you're a hedge fund or a systems or an algo, you got like the high of the day and the low of the day. That's it. Those are your 2 data points to make trades off of. This is why chasing these momentum highs can be, not saying it will, no one knows what's going to happen, but can be so profitable on these momentum moves, is because they'll just say, okay, listen, we bought a little bit on the pullback, and if we break through those highs, you got tons of retail traders that go through. And again, yes, it's a $1.7 trillion company, but only 78 million shares, 4% of the float is public. The rest is still locked up and will be locked up in kind of tranches for like a year. So, you know, some comes live, I think, in a couple weeks when it gets into the queues, and then some comes live on this performance metric of 30%, and then some gets, right? So little bits throughout. But this, I think, could be an interesting momentum player for just a period of time. And vibes for the market. This is, I talked about this, I think, more than anything. This, at least holding and not cratering, is very important just for like animal spirits vibes. Yep. If SpaceX IPO launch and just tanked, I think the whole market would start to pull back just a little bit. The fact that
I was saying, like, I was just thinking, like, what do we have to trade on when you ask that? Like, what do we have to trade on? It's all vibes, baby. That's what's powering this rocket ship. So as long as the vibes are immaculate, we're good to go. But like you said, that can be fickle. So we're looking for the stability to come and show ourselves that it's there in the price action. Hopefully we do get it. I'm
worried a peace deal on the same day has got it. Like, that's got to help. The peace deal going on the same day this launches.
What a coincidence!
Yeah, but what if this is? I don't know. I'm scared. It feels like a perfect bull trap. I don't know. I'm still bullish. Don't get me wrong. I'm just fear mongering because we have 700 people still alive. Thank you, each and every one of you. I got to clickbait you a little bit. I am still bullish. I'm still very heavily invested in my longer term accounts. I don't even have any puts right now. Not a single put in my gamble either. So, you know, grain of salt, but just, I want to see a definitive, like, give me a new high a day at least. And what I'd love to see is a surge up to where I would like this 7470, 7490, 7500 be amazing, just to make sure the bears don't think that they have a foot in the door. They don't think, oh, maybe it's just a one-day fade kind of thing for SpaceX. So in the same vein, give me that new high on SpaceX here. That'll make me feel better too. It's starting to look a little curly at the top here, which could easily just rebase, squeeze up, but I want to see more velocity, essentially. And decent red candle.
I don't think we're going to get it right now. A little slower. A little slower right now. I think we'll get it maybe, but it's going to be a little bit. I still just don't see the volume any higher than what we've had over the last few minutes. And again, 167 is key. Over 167, we're going to see 168.75, and I think we'll have a little trouble there. And here we go. Over 168.75, I bet we hit 170 and have a little trouble. Just looking how we're kind of matriculating right now. Jesse, here we talked about. Are you still in your trade, Jesse?
I am out of the trade. I got stopped out going up, and then I moved a trailing stop, and but I did well.
There you go. Just collecting them base hits, then base hits, because we don't really.
I still think. Love it. I think that's what Crow said he's doing. He said he's scalping it 1,000 shares at a time because he says I can step up to the plate and play big ball.
Love it. Yeah, Crow's a player. Crow knows what he's doing. It ain't his first rodeo.
Oh, back in my scalper day, like way back in the day when I was like actually almost a market maker to a degree, I would take like 200-300 trades a day. This is the kind of stuff that I would love. And it's literally I'm just spamming the keyboard, bid offer, and you're getting paid to add liquidity, and then you're going to probably make a ton of money just because it's going to wiggle so much. You're going to be able to get filled at the bid and offer over and over and over again, as long as you're managing your net position correctly. There's a lot of people going nuts here.
Crazy. Yeah, that volatility is opportunity always, right? You know, and you get those swings, and that really, every move down provides a springboard for more moves up to a point. Ooh. This is a pretty big red candle though, so let's see if the buyers can step in under that moving average. Couldn't make the new high that I wanted, you know? That's a little bit spooky.
The volume has 166 million. And compared that to, let's say, like MU, which has 19. It's crazy.
Wow. It's a big number.
Huge.
We're testing the uptrend line from the open into the first pullback here. If we crack that, it's starting to look poorer structure, but this is also a nice place where they could catch it. Let's see if this little bit of a bid candle can stick. Nice open. But we want to see that close. We want to see the power up all the way to try to engulf.
Yeah, it was a big red candle all the way to VWAP.
Yeah. Looking like we have our consolidation, though. Almost the perfect timing. You're saying there, Nos, to say, let's give it 30 more minutes and we'll see if we make that move or not. If not, then I think we kind of get a base for the time being. It looks like we're finding a base bottom and a base top for now, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say, good messaging is just don't overtrade this now, right? And again, like Josh mentioned, people are going to be back here to talk about the close. I don't think you get a lot of excitement from here on, because I think if you were, you would have gotten it. You get everyone who wanted to buy off the open, you get everyone who wanted to sell off the open. If you're a long-term SpaceX investor, unless we completely fall apart for the rest of the day, I think you put that in your win column. You say, okay, we're way up from the actual IPO, the allocation price, and we're up from the open. This is, you want it to close right now, right here, and say, good, that's one for the books. And then you want to see a continuation on Monday, which obviously we'll be back for. Again, a lot of new people came in. Thank you very much. We do this every day. This is what we do. Generally not this late, generally not this long, but we start, right before the market opens, and we're there for that kind of opening segment when things start to die down. And we get people in the afternoon. We got streams. We got Steve that comes in on the close and does power hour. We have earnings streams. We have a whole 9 yards. So come check us out here. And also, it's a prop firm. So if you want to trade with someone else's money, especially for dangerous stuff like this, which I highly recommend trading with someone else's money, then come on over to tradethepool.com. You can get yourself an account there to get started, to kind of see what's going on in the prop firm world and have access to this. We got people shorting this right now. Going to be really hard to find that from the broker side of things, but we've got it for you. So if you want to come check that out, and I want to say thanks everyone for coming by. I know this was a long stream. We were here for a long time. My old man ass is getting tired on this one, but I thought it was a lot of fun. There was we were able to shoot the shit about movies and all kinds of stuff while we waited for this thing to finally open. And I'm glad, as a SpaceX holder, that it didn't collapse, and I kind of hope it does nothing for the rest of the day. That's my hope. I'd be fine with the 470 that I was promised and then immediately back down from as soon as it opened. If we close right here, I'm not going to sell any. I'm gonna hold it for a couple days. I'm going to put out a stop loss at 135. I'll do it at 136. So at least I can say I made money on SpaceX regardless. And then I'll just leave it and just see. I'll just be a SpaceX investor and kind of see what happens. Over the next 90 days, I told them I'd hold it for. So we'll see.
You're a good boy. You wouldn't go back on your word.
And no, I'll get out if it threatens my entry, and I'll get out if it's going to make me I'd say any more than 50 grand. I'll take that and move on with my life.
I like that. So Michael, 470, that gets us a dinner or a reservation at a Michelin star restaurant. What does a close at 165 here get us? Do I get Arby's? What are we looking at?
Oh, you guys got Arby's down there? I love Arby's. Yeah, I'll get you some
Arby's.
It's
an Arby's day. Let's go, baby. I'm in.
We'll do Arby's. And listen, if we get to 200, I'll do Arby's, and then I'll get you some beers at the pub afterwards. Huh? How about that?
Wow. That sounds like a date. I'm in, man. I'm in. It's going to be fun.
Awesome.
And then the karaoke begins.
It's been
yes,
fun, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Usually we go to Scanners. Should we go to Scanners, or I don't know? I just gonna throw this on the fly. Should we grab Scanners? And
he's got it ready. Yeah.
Or should we do with the space? Oh, I see it there. Yeah, SpaceX on the. So you can watch the chart too if you want to hang out here, and you're gonna get some more people coming by later to tell you where we close at. So make sure you're following along and bookmarking, doing all that kind of fun stuff, so you can come by and check us out later.
Sounds good. Steve. Afternoon, we'll be covering the close and of course power hour with SpaceX. Maybe Alejandro will join us too as well. She was thinking we were doing the lunch recap. No lunch recap today. Me and Steve usually do that at about from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern on Monday through Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Not doing that today. Today we'll be back for power hour 3 p.m. Eastern. Cover the full hour there. Stick around, as Nas said. We'll have SpaceX, the actual chart and Scanners up. And like Nas was saying, back to that. Get a trade the pool account. When you're trading all these volatile movers, there's
Yes.
nothing better than to trade someone else's
Right.
capital, and you still make money doing it. So please do that, and don't blow up your own account. No PD2 rule doesn't mean go wild west trading, because that's what's going to lead you to us. You're going to blow your account and wish you just would have started with us to begin with.
That's right. That's right.
All
It's been
right.
fun,
All right,
guys.
later,
Had a
brothers.
lot of fun.
See ya.
Yeah. See you guys.